2. 1 2 check Chuffy 1 2. Go live. 1 2 check Chuffy 1 2. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. I assume you can hear me. Big ups in chat. We've got Martin, ABC, Slinky Socks, Prophecy UK, Lush Lemon, Joanne, Ellie, Jessica, Slinky Socks. I'm repeating myself now. There's a few of you. It's daytime. It's a random. I just thought I'd get this done. The first thing I've got to say, time out, time out. I want to say to stargazing, I want to say sorry if they're cross. I didn't mean to upset them. Made a bad joke. You and your jokes. Yeah, but if you called me a, bargain basement Kurt Cobain or a discount Limmy, I'd take it. Yeah, but she didn't like it. I know. I'm sorry. You sorry? I'm sorry. I don't know if she'll see this. I am sorry. Hope she sees it then, eh? You naughty chuffer. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay? Stargazing. On with the episode. What we're doing today is Alan. Mother licks. Does that say cun? So we're dealing with this mother licks cun off daughter's face. I have got a tale to tell you. Why don't we start where mother licks. Does that say cun? Cun. Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun, because it's been spelt wrong. So this has been picked up by the truth of community, I guess. A couple of different people. I'd shout out to Martin in chat. Really, I think I got it from one of these channels, didn't I? And it's Alan's internet search. He revealed it on his stream by mistake a while ago now. Mother licks cun off daughter, spelled it wrong, face. Bit of a dodgy Google search. Scotty Hottie found what? Hang on, I'll have to put my hand here. Scotty Hottie found that. There it is. Mom licks off a door. I've cropped the picture off, but it was from this it's from this blog called See Mom Suck. It's from quite a specific blog. It's not just on Pornhub or whatever. It's on quite a specific. Oh, if you're watching and you're under 18, you're probably not going to want it. Your parents are going to be cross. This is a bit of a grown-up one today in the afternoon on a Saturday. Pick up the mimps. So I found that. So there it is. It exists. Found that. It gets worse today. It gets worse. Let's just review the original. Set the scene. Off. Mother licks. Does that say cun? Cun. Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off. Daughter's face. So. Great. And Alan starts talking. Listen, I do also want to say, time out, is that I realise, doing quite a lot of Alan last few days, if you feel like it's too much and it's, too much Alan all at once going on here, then what we could do is we could do some other stuff next week and the week after. So don't worry. There's infinite time. Well, not infinite, but there's lots of time and you can catch up with these episodes. There's going to be more things dropping on this channel and on the other channels today. I've got videos cut and uploading there as well. So just chill. Like, if it's too much, you've got tomorrow. I might not be on tomorrow, you see. I might just chill out and play Genshin Impact. So chill. Enjoy this one. This one's going to be a wild ride. I really felt I needed to get it out now in case, because Alan might see me start to go through his back catalogue and think, oh, I want to hide this one. So it's a bit late now. So now we're doing it.
Well, I was formulating this film and putting it together. So
Mother licks. Does that say cun? Cun. Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off daughter's face. So
I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research and I put in one of the Gloria names to see what there is on the net. And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research?
There's been some rumours about AD.
So he said he was doing research. You just heard him there. He said he was doing research. It made me think of Chris Langham. I don't know if you remember Chris Langham. Chris Langham, found guilty on... Chris Langham, who was an actor and writer and was found guilty of possessing, yeah. And his defence, his argument for his defence in his argument for his defence, he said that he was doing research. His co-stars in this thing he was researching said they had no knowledge of his research. Paul Whitehouse told the court he had no knowledge of Chris Langham's use of thingy as research. But Chris Langham said he was doing research, and he got found guilty on, just made me think of that. Let's just review that quickly. Does that say cun? Cun? Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet, cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off Dahotur's face.
So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research, and I put in one of the gorier names to see what there is on the net. And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research? Yeah. And he admitted it got spotted. It was his Google search. So got the testimony from the man's own mouth. The clip came from his own channel, reprocessed through the lens of the channels that clipped it. So it totally exists. Big up Solway. Big up Swat the Hen. Chuff, 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 chuff. So what Alan thought he'd do, this blows my mind, right, is he said it was research. And then to prove that, a little bit later, he brought out this video. This video is called Google Porn, Why Is It There? ? And Ted Bundy tells us it's future hymns. So Google Porn, Why Is It There? And Ted Bundy tells us why it's future hymns. Graphic content. There isn't any graphic content, don't worry. I will talk about sex, porn. You know, I've set this to not suitable for kids, but if you're watching this in somewhere and you don't think that's going to be up your street, then it's about to happen. Alan made this video. Now, he's done his classic Alan on this. I think he hastily cobbled together a video about pornography. So he could say I was doing research. I told you I was doing research. Look, here's the video I was researching for. I think he hastily cobbled this together, and you can see that because in this video you will see that there's quite a lot of footage of him just wandering around a park.
It can stay. Not acceptable in the public.
It's not like he did a lot of research for, like, you know, the video to get images and stuff. I suppose what images are you going to get? But he did get some. There are some saucy style images and some little bits of stuff from newspapers. Feels a lot like he just went on Google and just Googled up some articles and then read a few facts out. That's what it feels like. And then what's really interesting is he's doing classic Alan on this. At about 19 minutes in, he hands over to an interview with Ted Bundis, and Ted Bundis then speaks for the final 40 minutes of the episode. It's a 40-minute episode. Ted Bundis speaks for 37 minutes. So it's more Ted Bundis than Alan. He's just like using someone else's content just for 37 minutes in this. So we'll look at the Alan stuff, and we probably won't look so heavily at the Ted Bundy stuff because that's just filler.
Does not tell the world.
But this is the big reveal of. This is, you know.
Putting it together.
Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet, cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off Dahotur's face.
So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research, and I put in one of the gorier names.
So this is the research. This is the film. This is the research. Oh, the doors and windows are blowing around. This is the research. So I'm going to get to see what he was working on. So this will be good. Let's see what you've got up your sleeve, Alan. I say up your sleeve. I don't mean up his... Don't worry what I said.
An armchair detective's special report into porn on Google. Today, the new drug.
The new drug. No, he's not in this. He hasn't got his face in this. What you do when you're constructing something like this, like, even if you're not a proper documentarian, like Alan's not a proper documentarian, he's not going out with his camera and filming any interviews or doing anything. But even if you're doing it in this style, what you tend to do is write a script. You might read it. Quite a lot of people don't want to be on camera, but Alan doesn't mind. So you might, big ups KO, thanks for the £3 super chat. What you might do is you might read it. We've also got the coffee.com. I'll remind everyone, I'll post that into chat as well. And I've changed the image on the coffee.com for today's episode, so you'll be interested to see that when it pops up. What you might do is you might write a script and then read it into camera and then edit images over the top sometimes where appropriate, and where you don't have images for it, where you're talking about more philosophical ideas that you can't have a picture to, you know, to bring up, you might just cut back to your own face talking. It's quite normal. So he didn't bother to do that though. Been working on this though, doing lots of research, so it looks like he's got a leaflet there about pornography and something off the internet, and he's used that, the exact words off the leaflet, but no, we'll let him.
I'm going to give you some statistics that prove.
So statistics. Is there a connection between violent crime and watching porn? Me personally, I'm going to say no. If there is a connection, it might be that the people who are violent criminals, they like watching certain kinds of pornography. That might not mean that there's a correlation between if you watch porn, you become a violent criminal. My guess, off the top of my head, before he tells us the statistics, is that basically everyone watches pornography in some form or another. If you are forced not to, it might warp you in some way. Maybe the extremes of pornography that are available to people on the internet now might warp them in some way as well. But I would warrant that over the years, we've always had, you know, since humans carved a stone into the shape of a bosom, there's always been some form of pornography. Modern pornography is a lot easier to access. It's almost hyper-realistic compared to the stuff I grew up on, you know, going around the woods and finding an old torn page of Hustler. Great, fold that up and keep it in your pocket, you know. Having to build up the bottle to buy a copy of International Club from the top shelf and take it to the counter. And then there was the old VHS cassette age that I lived through, where you'd have to get yourself an illicit copy of VHS passed around, hide that in a Batman Forever case, put it in the... I hope your parents don't want to watch Batman ever. You know, it's different now. I do think it's different. I think it is worth looking at and digging into and talking about. I don't know if Alan's quite the man to look into it and dig into it and talk about it. Again, I feel like this was just a hurried response to the fact he got caught out searching weird porn, but let's carry on.
The obvious. The internet is mainly for porn, believe it or not.
That's a weird thing to say, but you know what? That actually rings true in a way. It's not mainly for porn. Like, the internet wasn't developed for porn, but you would be surprised about how pornography has driven industries forward, because the internet itself, you know, porn was very popular, and that helped the driving forward of the video medium. The reason I'm talking to you on video today on the internet is actually, truthfully, primarily because they really wanted to get pornography on the internet in video format. Like, there was a lot of weight behind, because there's a lot of people watching it, pushing these sort of, creating these sort of things, the websites, the visual media on the internet. It did actually, there's a lot of ways that pornography drives technology, or technology and porn go hand in hand. Again, VHS, cassettes, DVDs, internet, you know. It's kind of interesting. Alan's not going to dig into that.
I know we like to think it's for the betterment of humankind or education, but we have to admit it to ourselves. The most Googled search on the internet is porn.
YouTube porn is more prevalent than Google originally thought, it says. That's not an example of the statistic he's saying. He's just telling you the most Googled search on the internet is porn. I just want to check that in 2023. What is the most Googled... I know that's a funny way to say it, but search. The most searched thing on Google is YouTube and Amazon. The next most popular keywords are Facebook, Google, Wordle and Gmail in 2023. So no longer is porn the most popular. Alan might have been telling the truth, or he might have been just fucking making it up. You don't know. But today, in today's day and age, porn is not the most searched for thing on the internet. So he's wrong about that. It's interesting that he said the internet's mainly for porn. Like, everyone's got their own internet, haven't they? Everyone's got their own internet. So if your internet is kind of like, it's kind of like whatever you make it, isn't it? So, you know, if you go on the internet and search for motorbikes all the time, and Google starts suggesting you motorbikes, and you watch a lot of motorbikes, you might say the internet for me is mainly about motorbikes. I know there's other stuff on there, but I mainly look at motorbikes. For Alan, the internet's mostly about porn, he's telling us, and he assumes that's the case for everybody else too. Look at what are the most Googled topics, okay? What are the most Googled topics? Thanks very much, Jennifer, for that question. The most searched thing on Google 2023, coming up again, YouTube, Amazon, Facebook. It's answering the same question in the same word. The most searched topics on YouTube ever are Minecraft, Senorita, Ariana Grande, Alan Walker, Karma, TikTok, Musica, and Bad Bunnies. And a lot of these maybe, like, I don't recognise Musica maybe, or Calma, but maybe a lot of Spanish-speaking people. I was thinking about how many people are in Mexico, you know. A lot of Spanish-speaking people all over the world, and they make up a huge proportion of the people that use the internet, clearly. So that was this year. Not ever. That was this year. It's interesting. Maybe that was a Spanish-facing website. No, it was just a general website. Interesting stuff. Carry on, Alan.
25% of all searches are porn related.
No, he's just giving you stats, but no backup. Like, you know how I just showed you the thing on the screen? You can't... Well, there are saucy images on this, just on the edge there, that you just quite can't see, thank God. Christ, I said Christ, that's £10 to charity today. Every time I say it now, I'm giving £10 to charity today to try and drum it out of me, so we're on 10. Oh, yeah. 25% of the internet is porn, basically. Alan just said it. I think he might have made it up. You know, I don't know if he's... Where you need to show the citation for these statistics. You might just be reading it off Wikipedia, but you do need to show where the statistics come from, how they're made up, because you're doing research.
It's raining again.
Big up, Slush Lemons.
Lush Lemon sent tippies. Leave AD alone, said no one ever. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks very much. What's going on with my green screen over here? Something's flagging on the green screen. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just off the bottom there. I'm going to continue to say sorry to stargazing in today's episode. Special episode today dedicated to stargazing. I'm sorry. She is cross, but like I said a stupid thing and now I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was just ignorantly saying words, just having a laugh. Didn't think she'd be sad about it, but if she is, I'm sorry. So there you go.
Every 4 times someone goes to Google, they're looking for naughty bits. That's true.
Every 4 times someone goes to Google, 1 in every 4 times they're looking for something sex related, apparently. Big ups Lizzie Bell, 46, how are you?
12% of all online sites are porn.
12% of all online sites are porn. I just got to keep checking these, but I can't keep checking them all the way through because it'll just take forever. How much percent of online sites are porn? Between 5 and 15%, says the Daily Mirror, in 2017. 2019, only 4% are estimated to be porn. 10 to 15%, 2016. 2018, technically only 30% of the videos downloaded are considered pornography. That's from Quora though, so it's not necessarily... the amount of internet downloads, okay, 35% of all internet downloads are related to pornography. So I would say that might be it might be true there's a lot of downloading of pornography compared to, like, in the visual media, like, what sort of stuff are you going to download off the internet and how much of it, like games, films, other media, porn, like, is a big chunk of it, I guess. But 4% of websites are porn, it says 2020. So again, that statistic is wrong, 100% wrong. When he made this video 2 years ago, it was wrong, and it's even wronger now.
40 million Americans regularly visit porn sites. 35% of all downloads are porn.
That one's correct. I just found that one. So he might have found some statistics on somewhere and he's just reading these statistics out. He should really be verifying them and showing us them, showing where they came from to see that they're valid. But I won't keep beating that horse, all right?
Children first see porn online at the age...
How many people are on porn sites right now? Hint, it's a lot, from an article. So he's gone on the internet and he's searched for articles about porn and he's saying stuff. It's a bit interesting that he's bringing children into it. I'd have thought they could stay out of it, but maybe children are important to bring up during this investigation into pornography in some way.
Children first see porn online at the age of 11?
Children first see porn online at the age of 11. Possible. I think I first saw pornography when I was about 8. I think you probably see it when you're younger and you don't know you're seeing it maybe sometimes, you know, like the occasional, like I said, back in my day, there were porn mags like in the bushes in a park or something. You'd be like, wow. Like, you know what I mean? Like a roofer's van might shed a copy of the Daily Sport and you'd see some boobies. But yeah, what I actually do, I should have got the book out. I couldn't show it you. What I had to do when I was a kid was my parents had a bookshelf behind the telly, and at the top bookshelf were the books that a kid probably shouldn't be reading. Like I remember one of them was called Fanny Hill, and it's actually a novel. I got that down one day. I literally had to climb the bookshelf to get these naughty books down when there was like a break in play where, you know, adults aren't around, and then I'd escapade up the bookshelf, get it down, open it up, and then I hope that there'd be something naughty in it. Because Fanny Hill, I thought that's a safe bet, that is, and I opened it up. It was all words. That was rubbish. But there was a volume, a thin, slim, pink volume, which was the Illustrated Kama Sutra, and it was created by a pornographer called Marilyn Chambers. I've actually got that book still, or I actually bought one off eBay because it was my first visual initiation into the world of, you know, this sort of stuff. And so what I had to do, like I said, is I had to climb up the bookshelf, get it down, look at it, and then if adults were coming, I'd have to get it back up the bookshelf and be watching the telly, you know. So that was my introduction to it. Nowadays, I would guess, yes, young people about that sort of age, prepubescent, interested, discovery, will look on the internet and find this stuff. That's probably true. But I hadn't thought about it really until Alan brought it up. So.
Believe it or not, 20% of men watch porn at work.
What? Depends where you work.
Now, that's not breaking news.
20% watch porn at work. I used to be a hairdresser, never watched any porn at work. Like, it would have been fucking weird if people had come in and I was like watching porn. Depends where you work, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe train drivers have got an easier, like, 'cause the train's mainly on the tracks and you're keeping it time to look at some, I don't know. Maybe train drivers is a bad one. What do you think? You tell me in chat about what jobs do you think people are doing where they get the opportunity to watch porn. What jobs do you think people are doing where they watch? I can't think of any jobs actually where I think you've probably got 15-20 minutes to just get the porn out and have a watch. And why would you want to? Like, you'd have to go into the bathroom and have a little Tommy tank, wouldn't you? Like, or maybe you do it on your break. I don't know. Maybe people are just that hypersex they need to be watching it on their break. I don't know.
But it's something we never talk about in polite circles.
Well, you're talking about it.
Most of true crime, obviously.
And that's not exactly true. We do talk about it. All these articles that he's got off the internet of people talking about it in polite circles. I don't know what you're saying. Like, normally, normal people, I don't know what polite circles are. You know, the people at Wimbledon or whatever. Like, you're not going to bring it up in every circumstance, you know. But most people are quite happy to talk about pornography in the modern world. It's not like you don't have to be some scared prude. Like, I'm not anti-porn necessarily. I'm not anti-sex work. Like, people can make their own choices as grown-ups. I obviously think that pimping people out and treating them bad and, you know, industries creating strange expectations. There's all sorts of psychological issues that can be passed through. But the simple act of a transactional sexual act is not necessarily something that, as a society, we need to be like, oh my God, this is the worst thing in the world. You know, we all like sex, we all do sex, we all aspire to do sex. And some people even, you know, there is actually a proper market for sex work for people who find it more difficult to, there's just a reasonable market for it, I'll just say that. So I don't think we need to be prudish about it necessarily.
Women. So this is subject I'm a bit scared of circles. Most of true crime, obviously, are women. So this is subject.
Most of true crime are women. What he means is most of the people that watched his episodes are women, and when they saw this thing, mother licks, does that say cun? Cun? Obviously I'm not saying the worst words on the internet, cun, because it's been spelt wrong, off Dahotur's face. When they saw that, they were disgusted. So you put off a lot of people and you're trying to basically manipulate them into thinking that what you did was okay. So that's what it means there. It's strange that he brings up this true crime viewer are mostly women. My statistics on my channel are you're mostly women, so that's important in my investigation into pornography.
Obviously. Women.
Marcus says, my mate got disciplined for watching porn at work. It was the passengers on the bus that grassed him up. At what point do you get to... Like, it just baffles me, that does. Assuming you're not just making a joke, but, like, you know, if you... It's one thing to look at the... Like, you know, people are going to be getting on and off the bus. What are you going to be doing? You're not going to be able to get your wonker out and have a little pull of your wonker, are you? That's not going to happen. So no, it's a strange place to decide to do that.
So this is a subject I'm a bit scared to breach.
A bit scared to breach, but you feel you're forced to, don't you, Alan? Because you accidentally dropped that search history on your stream. So this is a totally weird and bad move for Alan. It's the exact sort of... This is a gem, an absolute gem from his back catalogue. It's a sort of foolish move that he's still making today. Talking about the wrong thing in the wrong time at the wrong way. Trying to cover his tracks, trying to make himself seem squeaky clean, trying to talk his way out of a problem, when in fact he's digging the hole deeper and deeper.
But I think I need to investigate the impact of porn and violent films on the serial killers that we study. Okay.
So he's managed to twist this, so it's not just an investigation into porn in general. He's not got a social message about pornography. What it is serial killers might have watched it, they're bad chuffers, it's affecting them, and I'm the armchair detective, so I really have to look at it. Didn't really want to look at pornography, but you know, serial killers are getting affected by it, so now I have to talk about it.
Most people can watch porn and not be affected. Most people can watch...
What's that got to do with Mother Licks? Why such a specific search? Sorry.
Halloween and not go and kill somebody.
Most people watch Halloween and don't go and kill someone. Most people can watch porn and not go and fuck. Hang on, what am I saying? When you watch porn, sometimes you sex yourself up, don't you? When you watch Halloween, you don't stab yourself up. So, yeah, there is a bit of a difference. I get that.
And not be affected. Okay, most people can watch porn and not be affected.
Now, I don't agree with that. Most people can watch porn and not be affected. I think it totally makes it... I'm ignoring what this says on the screen because he's just filling the screen with random information because he hasn't got anything else to put there. But I think it depends on what the porn is, and you don't know what it's like until you're halfway through watching it sometimes. And I have decided in my pursuit of... like, I was young, the internet started, so I saw it exist from nothing. And throughout the years, I've been aware... like, and I'm not talking about the dark web and, you know, child stuff, but I've been aware that you can sort of see everything on the internet. And I remember this, there was a phase of it, like, I suppose it started with the, don't want to say horrible things, but, you know, those ISIS videos and stuff like that, where they were doing all the horrible things. Platforms were more easily available back in the day. And so I don't mind looking at things that are pretty horrible and saying, look, this is the real life, and some life is horrible. Like, you don't have to watch it. I've seen it. So the same thing with pornography on the internet. Like, sometimes I have just thought, well, I don't necessarily feel like this sort of thing might sex me up, but there's a button there and it's got it on it, so I'm going to press it and have a look at it, and fucking hell, look what they're doing. Like, and sometimes I have felt a little bit like, whoa, okay, I need to turn that off, and I probably don't need to think about that anymore, ever. And I can't unsee it, but I've seen that now. Like this, I'm sure a load of you, right? Is this why I don't stream on Sundays? I do gameplay usually, but this had to be done because I felt that if Alan felt that I was watching his old content, this might be the one he tried to delete and hide. And I also wanted to get on and say sorry to Stargazing, and I thought this would be a good episode to do it because I thought she might watch it. Hope she does, because I'm saying sorry to her. Ask you in chat, right? Not even, you know, any specifics or anything. Have you ever seen anything on the internet, porn related, that made you go, whoa, fucking hell, that's a bit much? Did you ever click that Goatsy site? Did you ever get, you know, rickrolled by the Goatsy site? I've seen some stuff and I've thought, bloody hell, that's, I don't even understand it to be sexual. But like, nothing, I'm not talking anything that will get you in prison. I'm just saying, you know, you don't have to put it in chat if you don't want, but, you know, I'm sure most of us have, you know, clicked on a link here or there and been like, fucking hell, What the fuck?
A bunch of
Anyway,
people can watch Halloween and not go and kill somebody.
yeah.
But it can contribute. It can.
Can it? You're a psychologist now or some shit? You're going to tell us the studies, you're going to show us the, psychological studies that say porn has XYZ, studied by control group, findings, hypothesis. You're going to go through that, aren't you now, obviously?
That's like saying, does...
Big ups Prophecy UK, 2 Allens, 1 cup, there's a great example. Like, I even knew what was going to happen when I pressed play on that video. I knew what was going to happen, but like, I still pressed play. I kind of wish I hadn't, because now, even now in my mind, I could picture that fucking. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't have ice cream now at the beach or anything if it's on one of those machines. I just don't bother. It's spoiled ice cream for me.
Smoking.
Emmy, I do have a Discord server. Yeah, I certainly do. It's called the Super Chuff and Mimp Squad. I'll get you an invite right here. There's no point. We do get an issue with some of Alan's trolls, but they get weeded out very quickly. And Discord has a lot more of your data. It's not like you're some anonymous nobody. You're in our Discord, so and you don't have to be an anonymous nobody there. You can really join in and have a good laugh with all the lovely mimps there. They self-control it, and it's really their space. Like, I'm there from time to time, but they're the ones that really got it all going. So yeah, we've got a Discord.
Contribute to cancer? Well, of course it does.
Hang on.
That's like saying, does smoking contribute to cancer?
Well, it's not like saying that, because smoking and cancer have been intrinsically linked through study, but saying loads of people watch porn actually goes against what you're saying. So, like, let's say, for example, these statistics that are put up here about all the million videos that were watched, and say, let's say everyone's seen you said 11. I don't know why we have to start with. Can we start with a bit older than 11? Because I feel uncomfortable with 11-year-olds watching porn in my example. But let's say by the age of about 15, you've watched some pornography. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you like it loads and you want to watch it over and over again, or you just don't think that's for you. Like, ultimately, by about 15, you've probably watched some pornography. And he is examining these statistics like basically everyone. But most of us are not going around doing any weird shit. Like, the other thing that I always think about this is you have a human imagination, and so before you were able to access the internet and look at the videos, you could still imagine things. So, like, most people then have watched porn, but it didn't turn, like, the creation of the internet, there's loads of other things that happened on the internet, social media, YouTube, shopping online. If there's a strange flux in society where everyone starts going a certain weird way, you could attribute it to the internet, but it'd be hard to specify which part of the internet. But we're saying everyone's looked at this, and life hasn't like, we're not all having sex on the bus. I mean, maybe your friend was jerking off at work, but like, we're not all having sex on the bus or violently attacking each other. Maybe violent crime against women has, maybe we should look at the statistics in terms of violent crime against women in that way specifically. There could also be other social factors to have contributed to that. You could also look at the pop music industry, the early 60s to late 80s commodification of women in terms of marketing and advertising. Women on the front of cars like that, objectification of women, gender roles and power struggles. There's a lot to think about when you're talking about these things. It's a real deep psychological and sociological issue. So there's loads of different interwoven strands. But what we could say is that if everyone's watched it and we're not all out there murdering and shagging like nutters, I don't know what you're up to. Certainly I'm not doing any murdering. But, maybe it's not as bad as you think it is, or making it out to be.
Of course it does. Does watching violent porn contribute to somebody turning their feelings for role-playing into going through with an actual violent murder?
I don't know. Does watching violent porn make someone's feelings from role-playing into a real violent murder? That's a really weird thing to bring up, because most of my sex porn ideas that I have are not role-playing about murder. Like, that's a really specific niche, like, pornography thing to be into. Role-playing, doing a murder. In fact, it doesn't even sound like a sex act. It sounds like a really... Like, I know he said it's about serial killers today, but... how many... I don't think there is a section on porn, but like, from what I can remember, on Pornhub, there's like different sections. Like, you can choose different nationalities if you're into a specific nationality. If you want to go for more racist porn, like, but you can choose that sort of stuff. You can choose different, like, how many men or women are in the scenes and what sort of things they're doing. You can even choose between age ranges, I think, obviously over 18, but there's all sorts of different categories in pornography these days. I haven't seen one for murder simulation, personally. And I've told you, I've looked at all the different kinds. All the different kinds. Haven't seen any murder simulation porn myself. I didn't put those two things together. So I don't, and also violent porn's a strange thing because it has been regulated on the internet. There are some quite aggressive pornographers, but you can't really watch actual violence being enacted in a pornographic setting on the standard pornographic sites on the internet. Like, that's a real no-no. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say all the bad words, and like, we're probably going to get binned off anyway today for the monetization because of what we're talking about, but I'm trying to treat it with some seriousness as well. I want to have a bit of a laugh, but I also want to, investigate Alan's investigation, bring something to the table. So personally, I'm not aware of a strong, I would say there is a theme of male dominance, chauvinism, that sort of stuff, misogyny, but a real strong violent murder porn category, no. I'd say no, that doesn't exist, but maybe Alan's found it somewhere.
Role playing into going through with an actual violent murder.
Because like when he's talking about these examples and stuff, one of the things he did say is that people don't talk about pornography in polite society. So I'm imagining Alan hasn't discussed extensively his pornographic penchant with other people and seen how it marries up with the status quo. From what he said, and his investigation seems to be just getting articles off the internet and reading out statistics. So I don't know how Alan sees the world of pornography through everyone else's eyes. So I'm wondering if this is him reflecting on his own tastes.
For role playing into going through with an actual violent murder.
It's a fucking weird thing to say.
There must be a link. So
there must be a link between pornography, role-playing a murder in a sex format, and then accidentally you're going through and doing a murder because you watched some sex porn about murder. What?
That's what this is about today. Porn, the new drug.
The new drug. Except it's not like a drug, is it, really? But, yeah.
Porn, the new drug.
That's what he said on that leaflet.
I can tell you a story that happened to me.
And now, this is incredible because the man's been doing research for this, but he didn't manage to research himself up some footage. So, again, it's difficult, isn't it? What kind of footage would you use for this investigation into pornography? I've chosen today to go with a picture, a gif of Riley Reid for our. I think that's kind of all right, and that's our little thing that comes up when you do the tippies. Well, I hope everyone doesn't mind this. Obviously, she does some pornography herself, but she seems quite wholesome and pretty. Just having a nice kissy. Not trying to make a statement. That was more for stargazing anyway. I'm sorry. I hope she watches this at some point and realises I'm sorry. I was clumsy with my language, I think, rather than meaning any sort of ill intent. Anyway, let's get back to this. Alan's now going to go on a ramble. I'm surprised he didn't write a proper script with all the research he was doing.
I can tell you a story that happened to me, in fact.
It's about him.
While I was making this documentary, I was filming another show that was taking a long time. Some other creators, they got lost. So I was formulating.
While I was making this documentary, how does this fit into it? This is insane. If you were making a documentary 2 minutes in, like a few weeks ago, something happened on your stream and you accidentally showed your browser, that doesn't make it into your documentary. You do the documentary and then you say, look, this is the documentary, and that's why I was researching that. It's not like, oh, and then 2 minutes into the documentary, what I'm planning to do is to explain my search history on that Google. Are you? That's a strange thing to plan in your documentary, isn't it? It's almost as if this isn't a documentary. It's just you trying to blag your way out of that search history. Because if I was planning a documentary and like 2 weeks before it was released, I accidentally slipped up on my search history on the screen or whatever, like Alan, which I couldn't because I don't have that, so it's fine. No, I don't. You can see my search history; it doesn't have that in it. So, but with Alan, like, I know because I've made documentaries. The work you put in, the planning, the scripting, the gathering of the footage and stuff, 2 weeks before you release it, you haven't got time to edit in a great big segment about what happened on your, you know, this doesn't make it in. In fact, this isn't even part of the documentary. But 2 minutes in, Alan, I'm doing a serious investigation into porn. Let me tell you a little story about what happened to me last week. Somehow this thing came up on my Google, but it's all fine, honestly.
While I was making this documentary, I was filming another show that was taking a long time. Some other creators, they got lost. So I was formulating this film and putting it together.
The Pete Townsend card. I don't know about Pete Townsend, but Chris Langham, found guilty on charges. Chris Langham said that he was conducting research, but his co-star had no knowledge of research. Paul Whitehouse told the court he had no knowledge of co-star Chris Langham using child as a research for a drama series. But Chris Langham used it as his defence, said that he was doing research. So I've heard it before. It's interesting that Alan would use the defence of a convicted child person, but, you know.
So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names.
I don't know where that is that he's walking, but he does get eggy about people doxing the park that he goes to. So it seems pretty strange that he would video it and put it on the internet.
To see what there is on the net. So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names to see what there is on the net.
So you were doing some research. Hang on, what? Okay.
Taking a long time. I can tell you a story that happened to me, in fact.
Yeah.
While I was making this documentary, I was filming another show that was taking a long time.
So you filmed another show?
Creators, they got lost.
Again.
So I was...
Happier.
Asa sent tippies.
Asia, new tipia.
Best wishes from Austria.
Austria.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Austria, sweet. That sounds nice. Is it mountainous? Like up in the mountains. Austria. Shouts out to Austria. Thank you very much for the tippies.
Formulating this film and putting it
He was formulating this film. He was putting it together.
So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names.
Put in one of the gorier names. But what he was caught out with, isn't one of the gorier names, is it? It's not gory. It's seedy and, you know, it's got other connotations, but gory's not the word, but yeah.
To see what there is on the net.
So what are the, like, it's interesting that Alan has used the word gory, because gory is a word that you would associate with horror, murder, bloodshed. It's gore, isn't it? Gore. I think there is a section, you could call it gore porn, couldn't you? I think that might exist. I don't know exactly what it would be, because, again, I have seen quite a lot of stuff, and I have been on those where, like, LiveLeak doesn't exist anymore, but, you know, LiveLeak wasn't a pornography website. It was more, the gore was the main feature in some of these horrific videos, but it's interesting that Alan's mind goes immediately to this aspect of, like, most people when they talk about pornography or do an investigation into pornography or whatever, like, he's got the angle of the serial killers maybe, but why is horror, gore, bloodshed, murder, why are those repeating themes now? What are you telling us about your opinions on sex, Alan? What is going on?
And it got spotted by an eagle-eyed, I don't know, somebody got it, and it crucified me on the net with it.
Crucified me on the net with it.
Oh, you pervert and all that stuff.
Oh, you pervert and all that stuff. Is this in your script?
Yeah, the reality is, the video that came up had over 1 million views.
He's just making that up. I don't mean to be weird about this, right? But obviously I did. My friend Steve said, don't type it in. Don't type it in because now you're going to get that on your Google search yourself. I was like, yeah, but I've got to have a look, haven't I? I've got to have a look. So I went through the different wider, bigger. There's like six or seven. I went through 6 or 7 different sites. No, there's like a few big ones, isn't there? There's like Pornhub, X videos. Like there's a couple of main ones. And so I went on there and I typed it in, and it didn't come up with, like, you'd think that title, that exact specific title, Mother Licks Cun Off Door, you know, you'd think that, because he said it came up with a video with 1 million views. Mother Licks, does that say cun? He said that came up with 1 million views. So I know it's a couple of years later now, but there's no reason for it to be removed from the internet, is there? 1 million views and all. So I would expect to be able to find it on one of these popular pornography websites, but I couldn't find it. But what I could find, like I said, let me just make sure my hand's in the right place because I don't want to get in trouble here. I could find this, which exists, but it's the thing you have to pay for separately. You know, it's its own website. It's not on the general pornography website. It's probably for a certain reason, isn't it? There's probably a reason why it's not quite to the mainstream taste. And even though they seem to be quite seedy themselves in ways, some of these mainstream websites are also quite legit. You know, people now make a good living putting up their own videos in a healthy and grown-up way, pushing some boundaries, but there are limits on these sites now. They don't want certain horrible things to be on there. Of course there are limits, aren't there? So you have to go to a separate site here and sign up for this. And I don't know how many views it's got because I haven't gone to that site or signed up for it, but it does exist. Just not where Alan's telling us and how Alan's telling us here.
But because those viewers aren't seen, there's nothing said. Because no one knows about it apart from the person who put it in, nothing's said.
What? Is he suggesting that we should be tracked when we watch porn so that someone can say something to us about our consumption of it? I'm a bit surprised here.
Because all the righteous people didn't see it, nothing's said.
All the righteous people didn't see it? What do you mean? Some sort of vengeful angels, righteous angels are trawling the internet watching porn so that they can decide how demeaning it is and therefore whether it should be in existence or not and whether you should be able to see it. I don't know. I think obviously there should be some sort of regulation on the porn industry in general. People's safety is at stake, of course, but there's a whole spectrum of people's sexual interests, and some people actually prefer to be put in certain positions. But you know what I mean, like submissives, dominance, you know, that's a more standard feature of certain sexual proclivities, and so it will exist in these places. But again, extremes are not, you know, total extremes are not mainstream website material, are they? But there isn't really a sort of social, like you're talking about the internet and you're talking about people's choice as to where they go and what they consume, so there isn't a social righteous, you know, sword of light carving through the internet. And I don't know if there should be or there will. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It seems like a strange thing to be taking this ultra high ground all of a sudden. If this was research, why isn't there any other porn searches in that list you've shown? Good point, Prophecy, yeah. It seemed he was only researching one particular website for just a short time, and then he wanted to check his bets after that.
Meanwhile, Google makes millions. And you thought it was the end of the world because I Googled.
Like, Google aren't responsible for pornography. Google are a search engine and they aggregate things that are in existence on the World Wide Web. So if you search for things, you're responsible for bringing them onto your own computer screen. You have to think up the words and type them in. Google don't serve you that pornography.
It's raining again. I couldn't be
Big ups,
happier.
Jessica.
Swish, and then fruit.
Jessica sent tippies. Big ups SG and my fellow Mimps and Super Chuffer. Love to you all. Just one more thing. Hey, Alan, Super Chuffer and Winston are my favourite. Winning. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Winston's in the video. Winston's made his way into the porn video. I'm calling it the porn video now. And every time I get a tippy today, I'm going to say sorry to Stargazing, who I hope sees this and can understand that I didn't mean any barbed subtext. I was just making a foolish joke. And that if you called me a pound shop Limmy or a discount, you know, Kirk Bain or whatever, in whatever industry, I picked someone who I thought was a high flyer in the industry, and I perceived me, and you know, it's maybe more about how I perceive myself than other people, like, but you know, other peers as not quite being at that heights of the industry. I don't mean anything negative by it, really. I just meant that, you know, I would take it if I was a pound shop Kurt Cobain, but sorry.
Because I was doing some research on this.
I'm not trying to mitigate my apology there. I'm just saying that's why I didn't think it was that bad thing that I said, but apparently it was, so I'm sorry.
Obviously, I wasn't excited by it because it was in another group of work I was doing at the time, and I was on live. I was live.
Obviously, I wasn't excited by it. What?
Oh, because I was doing some research on this. Obviously, I wasn't excited by it because it was in another group of work I was doing at the time, and I was on live. I was live, so I'm not actually what.
There wasn't any evidence that he searched for it while he was live, was there? It just came up while he was live that it was one of his recent searches. So now he's telling us that he was watching it while he was live, but he wasn't getting sexually aroused from it. Of course, you can watch pornography as part of your investigation and just not get sexually aroused by it, can't you? I don't know why his sexual arousal's been brought into question all of a sudden. Don't know why he would bring that up. Like, if you're saying it's for, like, for example, I've made this big documentary. Like, let's say, I mean, I personally have actually at one point emailed an escort once to say, do you want to come on the podcast? So I got a very negative response, I'll tell you that. But I did. It's like I've told you before about how I'm trying to source guests from different places. This was a little while ago. And I thought of, actually, on reflection, it's probably a mistake to be emailing escorts. So I didn't proceed with that. But from the pretty negative response I got, I thought this is probably a bad idea. But like, if you're putting together your documentary and you say, look, by the way, people thought I did this bad search. Well, you will now see it's part of this big documentary. Here's the documentary. I don't understand why you would then say, and by the way, also, I wasn't getting sexually aroused by it. And also, by the way, I was watching it live on stream. And also, by the way, it's like you dig in the hole. This is clearly not a documentary well researched about pornography and its effects on society or serial killers or anything. It's just Alan having the opportunity to manipulate his audience into thinking that he's still a good chuffer, even though he looked at Mother Lick's daughter's cun off.
Doing some research on this. Obviously, I wasn't excited by it because it was in another group of work I was doing at the time, and I was.
Good point, Prophecy UK. It's easy to watch porn when you're streaming Sky or BBC or doing something else, like when you're putting your video on. That's a good point. You know, maybe he's got to fill the time somehow.
On live, I was live.
But that BBC documentary went on for like an hour and a half, so I can't, you know. Do you know what I mean? I can't see him lasting. Let's not worry about that. You know, I'll go and put the kettle on at some point. You can squeeze one out then, but a whole hour and a half, I don't see it. But
So I'm not actually watching it.
Big ups Kurt and Lisa. What should your nan say? I don't know what my nan would say.
Work I was doing at the time, and I was on live. I was live, so I'm not actually watching it, am I? But you'd have thought I'd have broken. I should be hanged, you know. That's how dangerous it is, right? It's dangerous.
Well, I don't think people were suggesting corporal punishment as a response to your seedy behaviour, but they just don't want to associate with you so much anymore, Alan, do they? Because they thought you were one thing that you were painting yourself out to be, and then you turned out to be something quite grimy underneath.
Dangerous to be seen.
I'm quite interested in this. This is the video he's using for this thing, and he's decided this tree, the aspect of the gardens, they've got these trees, and he's quite interested in the upright nature of these trees.
You know,
look.
That's how dangerous it is, right? It's dangerous.
Interested in the upright nature of these trees. Is someone got something on his mind?
I was live, so I'm not actually watching it, am I? But you'd have thought I'd have broken. I should be hanged, you know. That's how dangerous it is, right? It's dangerous to be seen to have watched it, but it's okay for Google to have millions of it on there, everywhere. And it's okay for people to pay for it. But what?
Big ups. I didn't see everything that was going on in chat there, but I wanted to take that point that I think may have moved past about like people's choices to do this sort of work. Like, I don't want to race racing cars. I think they might be quite dangerous, but I still watch the racing and respect the people that do it. You know, I think that's as simple as I can make it. If people want to work in this industry and enjoy it, like some people might come out of racing cars saying, oh, you know what, I thought racing cars were great, but I had a crash and people treated me really mean and now I hate it. You know, you get your life lessons through doing stuff, I suppose. There are other aspects to pornography, of course, you know, its existence and who has the rights to it and the ability to remove it from the internet if you wanted it to be removed and stuff like that. But ultimately, you know, people make their own choices in life and have their own interests and their own limits. And in the modern, not even in the modern world, you know, you had prostitution and pornography all through human existence in a way, didn't you? So kind of is what it is, and your choices are your choices and other people's are their choices. That's how I feel about it. So I'm certainly not going to be campaigning to shut down the pornography industry or anything. I'd quite happily have someone who worked in that industry on the podcast to talk to us. You know, they'd be like treated with equal respect like everyone else. And I have no, like, I don't like it when they cross things over, like ASMR, which I used to do the quiet videos. A lot of people turned that into licking and sucking and stuff. So You know, that's a crossover. Okay, you can have the crossover, but put it on the porn site. Don't put it on the YouTube ASMR side of things. But ultimately, yeah, it's, if I don't want to watch pornography, I don't have to watch it, do I? So, and if I don't want to engage in it or whatever, I don't have to engage in it. So if other people do want to, that's also cool, I suppose.
Woe betide you if someone sees you watching it. Don't you think that's down to Google?
No, I don't think that's a problem, Alan. I think if, you know, because I'm telling you now that I watch pornography, like everyone does. It was in the statistics. I don't think anyone's going to be cross at me or angry, but I think it's the type, and obviously I'm not going to go through, I'm not going to get on, you know, a porn site now and be like, oh, I like this, I'm not so into this, this is my favourite, oh, look at that. But as long as you're not doing some weird extremes, pretty much all, and you know, we're talking about a world where we've had 50 Shades of Grey as a popular book and film, films like Secretary. I talked earlier about, you know, doms and subs and stuff. Like, you know, it's a pretty open and varied world, but what you were doing was right on the border, Alan. Your search was right on the borderline of, like, and I'm saying I found the thing. Maybe I didn't find the thing. Maybe there was another video out there somewhere that was the thing that I didn't find, because I thought this was the thing, but it might not have been that, mightn't it? It might have been on the dark web somewhere or somewhere else that I didn't manage to look at. But it's what you were looking at was specifically quite, you know, if you'd searched for MILF with big boobies, then most of your fans would have been like, well, you know, cheeky naughty, but, you know, MILF with big boobies, it's all right. But if you're searching for what you searched for, Alan, it really treads the line between what's socially acceptable amongst the mainstream, socially acceptable amongst the fringe, it's socially acceptable to the point of a crime. Do you know what I mean? Secretary is a great film.
If someone sees you watching it, don't you think that's down to Google?
And Maggie Gyllenhaal is a fantastic actress.
And it's okay for people to pay for it, but woe betide you if someone sees you watching it.
And stargazing is not a discount anything, and I'm sorry I made a bad joke before.
Don't you think that's down to Google not to let this happen? What if I...
It's not down to Google not to let this happen, Alan, no. I think if you're an adult and you type in mother licks cunt off daughter's face, I think that's down to you. I really don't think... This is huge narcissism now. Huge narcissism. It's not even Alan's fault that he was looking at that pornography. Of course, he wasn't even looking... It's not Google's fault because, Alan, you were doing research for a film. So, but other than that, you know, usually when you're looking at pornography, it turns out to be Google's fault for letting it happen. Like, what are you on about?
I was a 16-year-old boy and I Googled that and up came all those images.
You'd be... Happy Town.
Who's at fault, the boy or Google?
The boy.
Google, of course. Why do they let...
The boy's not at fault. Like, for pursuing his urges. I don't think the boy's necessarily at fault for viewing pornography. Like, I don't see it as a fault. But it's weird that Alan's now trying to pin this on Google.
Let this stuff on there. No,
they don't. It's not that they let this stuff on there. Alan doesn't understand the internet clearly in some way. Like, he's done this research into this, but has not understood how the internet works. Google aren't controlling what's on the internet. Like, Google's a search engine, and if you search for it and it's out there on HTML code on a website somewhere, Google will bring it up for you. Certain things they safe search out. If you've got, they have got a safe search button, haven't they? So you're at fault for not having safe search on. I think I've got it on now. Let me just quickly do this. This is really dangerous. I can't believe I'm going to do this. Riley Reid. Images. Oh, Christ, please let me out. Safe search. Hang on, let me check. Safe search. Blur explicit images. Okay. Let's see how this works. There you go. They're blurred out. I mean, this still looks quite saucy, but it's like, you see that on the beach, so it's not awful, is it? I don't see that on the beach necessarily. Anyway, look. I got distracted by Riley Reid. I'm thinking about what was bumped into Riley Reid on the beach. But you can just blur it out. You can control the internet. You certainly want to do that if you've got minors in the house. So if you are a young adult, 16's on the cusp of adulthood, isn't it? In our country, that's actually legal for what's it called? Age of consent. So, you know, sex should be talked about and consumed on the internet. No, consume's a funny word, but young people should be able to talk about and understand and take part in conversations about sex if they're going to be having it. Safe sex and all that's really important as well, isn't it? Understanding how STDs are passed around and understanding how you do and don't get pregnant and stuff like that. Hi BCTV, doing an interesting chat today. Interesting chat about Alan's internet search, and we're watching the documentary that came out from it, from his research. And he's saying that Google are at fault for the pornography on the internet, and it's not his fault that he looked at this, it's Google's fault for allowing it on the internet, but he doesn't understand that Google don't control the internet. He seems very confused. This isn't making much sense.
Google
and his visual content that he's decided to pair with this is images of upright. Now listen, they really hate it when I simulate masturbation on. Oh, he's simulating masturbation. I'm not simulating masturbation. If you think that, that's up to you. I'm just gesticulating around this palm to show its growth pattern. Alan's decided on this choice of imagery as well to couple with his conversation about his proclivities.
Of course. Why do they let this stuff on there? No, like I said, I was just working in the middle of the afternoon.
So what popped into your head in the middle of the afternoon while you were working that you thought, oh, I'll tell you what I need to do. Working is a funny word, because if you look at the rest of the search, he's got Facebook. This goes back in historical, so the latest will be, the first one will be your most recent, won't it? So he's got Facebook. So he's Googled Facebook. Again, Alan is an idiot, yeah? He's Googled Facebook. You would put that into the browser and just type Facebook and it would come up with Facebook. You'd go there all the time. It's probably on your, you could put it on your what you call it. No one ever does the bookmarks. No one ever uses the bookmarks. But you could have it on your bookmarks. So he's typed Facebook into Google to get to Facebook. Internet Explorer. What kind of animal Googles Internet Explorer? Internet Explorer is a search engine. Why do you need to use Google to get to Internet Explorer?
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Kurt and Lisa sent tippies.
Thanks, Kurt and Lisa.
Riley Reedham, no toilet breaks for you now, Chuffer. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
No toilet breaks for me. I can't wait to finish this episode, I tell you. Yeah, Alan's Internet Explorer search is interesting though, because the next search is Mother Licks Cunt Off Daughter's Face. So it's almost as if he wanted to use Internet Explorer in order to browse for this stuff. Like he wanted a different browser. But he didn't use the other browser. He used Google and Mother Licks Cunt Off Daughter's Face. After he'd watched that, he had a little look at some Netflix. Then he wanted to know about Winning Warlock. And I really don't know what Winning Warlock is. If I typed it into Google now, I'd just get all sorts of, stuff about fantasy games. Like, I think it might be a horse called Warlock. I think there might have been a horse. Let me just check. Horse called Winning Warlock. Winning Warlock is an engine trading on horse racing. Oh, okay, so this is actually a horse racing site. Look, so I found it. It's betting, horses, stuff like that. Trading engine based on, it's some sort of gambling markets. So that's that. So he had his Mother Licks Cunt Off Daughter's Face, then he watched some Netflix, then he did Winning Warlock, which is the horse racing. Then he wanted the Crowdcast login for what he's about to do, going online, live on his show. So he didn't do this stuff live on his show. He went logged into Crowdcast after that. And then he wanted William Hill Radio to keep in touch with whatever's going on William Hill, which would be sports betting, won't it? So at no point is he doing any work whatsoever. Like, how can he make this documentary to prove his innocence when this exists and he claimed to have been doing work, and none of this is, like, what of any of this is part of your work? 2 betting sites, Netflix, pornography, Facebook and the Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer is the worst one of the lot because, as I say, searching for a search engine within a search engine is just Fruit Loops. But carry on, Alan.
Didn't watch it.
So it's down to the almighty dollar.
Google, of course. Why do they let this stuff on there? No, like I said, I was just working in the middle of the afternoon. Oh, I didn't watch it. Oh, it's down to the almighty dollar.
You didn't watch it? So what fucking research are you doing? Just like in the middle of like booting up the computer, open up Internet Explorer. Oh, I'll find out how many million views that really weird porn video that I was heard about has got. And then I'll just see how many millions of views it's got. And then I'll just note that down in my little diary. And then we'll watch some Netflix after that. Research done. One video checked. Research done. Move on to Netflix. How on earth? I didn't watch it. Is there anyone in the world who deliberately searches for a specific video on the internet and after they get it up, he's now saying it came up on the screen. He's not saying it didn't lead anywhere or anything. It came up on the screen and then I chose not to watch it.
Doesn't matter what the content is, as long as Google makes millions out of it, it can stay.
Google doesn't necessarily make the money out of the pornography content. Google makes the money out of people like you using the Google. So it's you that's driving this, Alan. If the end user doesn't search for pornography on the internet and the end user doesn't want to watch these sort of films, the pornography will die away. If people really like potato pornography and they want to see two potatoes smushing together and making mash, then the more people click on that, the more there's going to be mashed potato videos all over the fucking internet. And before you know it, you've got chips and you've got waffle on waffle action. Like it could go anywhere, but it's based on how many people want to Google it, watch it, consume it, even pay for it at some juncture maybe. Really, most of it's based on advertising, isn't it, the internet? So it's number of eyes on pages. So you're contributing to that, Alan, with your search.
Acceptable in the public eye. Not acceptable for anybody to be seen watching it. Totally acceptable.
Well, it is acceptable for some people to be seen watching it in certain contexts. Like if I was in bed with my girlfriend and she was watching some pornography on her phone, I wouldn't be like, this is terrible. I demand you stop, otherwise I can't get into bed with you. I didn't know you were such a demonic frumpstrel. I made up a word there, frumpstrel. I didn't know you were such a rumpy-pumpy frumpstrel. Turn off that pornography at once. This is not acceptable. If you were in the park watching some kids play and you also had your phone out with the porn, terrible, bad, don't do that. There's going to be trouble. Like if you're doing this video now in the park as some sort of example of something and you're going to go around the corner and there's going to be someone on the bench, you know, fapping one out to an iPad with dirty pictures on. Yeah, definitely bad. Definitely bad. But Alan seems to think that there's just some, like, because people have said to him, your internet search was grotty, you're a fucking dirty chuffer. He's like, right, well, the whole world thinks that porn is bad then, so fucking now we can't even look at porn. We're not allowed to tell bad jokes anymore. We're not allowed to say the one from Game of Thrones is a dwarf, and now we're not allowed to say that you can watch porn anymore. So obviously bad Alan shouldn't watch any fucking porn. Like, do you know what I mean? This is like a weird angle on it. Weird angle on it. It's a funny thing to say when I'm talking about porn.
Oh, I didn't watch it. Oh, it's down
I
to the
didn't watch
almighty
it.
dollar. Doesn't matter what the content is, as long as Google makes millions out of it, it can stay. Not acceptable in the public eye. Not acceptable for anybody to be seen watching it. Totally acceptable.
You know that also when he jumped in and punched into his own video there with another bit of voiceover, the reason he'd done that is because he watched this back in the edit and thought, oh, I'll say this here actually, so I'll put this in here. Or maybe he said something that didn't come out right and he changed it. But it's weird because he's done this research and he's making a documentary and it actually just sounds like he's rambling. It doesn't really sound like he's done any research, written any coherent argument, said the case for and against. It doesn't really feel like any of that has happened. Instead, it feels like he's just rambling. Big ups Funky82. There's the Tippies link. I appreciate it if you're going to be tipping. Thank you. As long as you've got some to share, I'm happy to be grateful for having you share that. That's lovely. Thanks. Fiona says the doctors on TV can't spell hemorrhage. Sorry? I don't know about that. Sorry.
To be there on Google to find. And you can see it.
You can't, well listen, Alan, you can't see it if you put Safe Search on. So I can fix all of your problems. Just, even 2 years ago, Google had Safe Search. You can just fix that with one press of a button. It's totally up to you. And again, that's what we have in society. People make their own choices, and then market forces, quite often, a lot of society works in that sort of way where the mass majority wants something so it happens. you know, market forces. But we also have things that aren't market forces, like regulated things like street lights, for example. Like market forces would mean that supply and demand. So if you want petrol, go and buy petrol. There'll always be some petrol as long as people want to buy it because someone's got some money to try and, you know, I want the petrol. And okay, I'll sell it to you then, mate. Like supply and demand, you know, chain of supply is set up and demand perpetuates the supply. But what was I saying?
On Google to find. And you can see it and pay money for it and whatever. That's okay.
I forgot what my point was there about the economic aspect that I was just bringing up. My mind just went blank. Sorry, that's my own idiocy. But it might come back to me. Hang on.
Acceptable in the public eye. Not acceptable for anybody to be seen watching it. Totally acceptable to be there on Google to find.
I was saying you put safe search on, so it's up to you, but it will still go on in wider society if the rest of society wants it to happen. Like, so you can be evangelical and angry, apparently, and say, I don't think it's right that people should be watching porn, but that's not up to you, that's up to them. So they have to decide what's right for them, and if people decide overall that we want to have chips for dinner and I get voted out, we have chips for dinner. I don't mean they're forcing me to watch porn, I can not eat the chips. But do you know what I mean? This is just society. So it would seem really out of order to... I really love the fact that he's videoed these trees for this conversation. It would seem really out of order to say, in Alan's... just to take Alan's point here, it seems really out of order to say Alan feels negatively about pornography to the point where he'd search for the worst kind on the internet. And so therefore, everyone else, Google... no one else should be watching this. Alan has decided for the rest of the world that his perspective is the right perspective, and that's it now. We should all just fucking listen. Why don't they make him the king? And why doesn't the king just make all the rules? It would save us all this trouble. Instead, he's forced to make 20-minute rambling YouTube videos about the topic and fill the rest of the time with Ted Bundy's. So it's a shame, really, because Alan could be ruling the world for us all and being thought police and internet police. So that's a shame, isn't it? Because from what I'm hearing, he'd do a really good job.
And you can see it and pay money for it and whatever. That's okay.
I've never paid any money for pornography. I mean, I grew up with the internet. Like, you know, I never paid any money for any pornography. I've probably still got an old hard drive somewhere with all the, like, back in the day, I told you the story already about how back in the day little Scotty Hottie had to climb up the bookshelf to get the naughty book off the top. But back in the day, I don't know if any of you remember LimeWire. You used to get all your music, all your films, and your pornography off. Like, it was like media share, I suppose. Like I was saying earlier, certain things push the media forward. The desire for people to share pornography on the internet drove the whole piracy industry forward. So you used to be able to get software, and if you like a band, you could type in the name into LimeWire and download all the different albums. It would be that you were downloading a little bit from here, a little bit from there, a little bit from there, a little bit from there, like a cloud download from lots of different people. So you'd set up all these downloads of things you want, and then you'd leave them, and they'd slowly fill up the bar. And then you got your porn film. And so music, sorry. A lot of pornography was on LimeWire as well. And so back in those days, like, you know, I had a phase where I had porn mags stashed under the bed. And then there was a phase where I had like a couple of DVDs, you know, like a Batman video with a porn film in there. I hope that, actually, you know what? My mum sold all the old VHS cassettes to the, like, on a car boot. And I never checked that Batman to see if it had the porn video in it or not. So maybe some kid bought Batman off the car boot, took it home and put it in, and it was fucking like some normal porn video. Normal, not weird. But yeah, like LimeWire used to be able to provide you the ability to get pornography. So, you know, you'd download it, you'd put it on a hard drive, and then you've got like your collection of porn on your hard drive or a memory stick or something. So I've probably still got an old hard drive somewhere with, like, you know, a collection of 90s porn, or like not 90s, because probably late 20,000 to, you know what I mean, whenever the decade was, whenever the time was at that time when LimeWire was kicking off. OG torrents, yeah, it was torrents. Yeah, but that was my choice anyway. I forgot what my point was really.
And you can see it.
Oh, there, buy it and you can pay for it. Obviously, I wouldn't be paying for it. Like, I don't know anybody out there who's ever paid for pornography unless, like, actually nowadays, and another, you know, big shouts out to stargazing, and I'm so sorry if I've made you feel bad. Nowadays, people do pay for it and a lot more readily on OnlyFans and stuff like that, and it doesn't even have to be like full head up someone's bum pornography, does it? It can be quite soft, tame. You can have a spectrum, and people have their favourites, and they pay people to look at them in a more intimate way on a more one-to-one basis, so to speak.
It's raining again. I couldn't
interesting,
be
that is.
happier.
Lisabel 46 cent tippies. Made my weekend. Scott so much funny content. AD just keeps on giving.
He does.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I can't promise that, like, even if Alan goes on a big rant about all this next week, I can't promise I'm going to focus on Alan all the time, but I wanted to do this today, so I'm doing it. Paying for it, I'm actually really, this has just come out of this conversation that I'm having now. It's really interesting to me that there was a time when everything was free on the internet because you could pirate it, and then it became free on the internet because websites like Pornhub and other things just have so much pornography. I don't understand how anyone would need to pay for it. There's just so much out there. But yet people still now choose to pay. Like, OnlyFans is big business. And what it's more about is the individual personalities that people are choosing to follow. A bit like streaming in a way. I mean, there are now live camera people as well doing pornography. So there is that as well. And that is financially viable. Like, people tippy them. You know, you think I get tippies. Wait till you see those people doing the saucy bits on the old, you know, saucy shows. You know, people can pay for all sorts on that. So there is a lot of money trading hands on a person. Again, it feels like a one-to-one. It's not directly one-to-one. The content creator talks to a wider audience, even in pornography. But like, it might feel like you're supportive of your one favourite person. Whereas when I was growing up, it was always pornography is a wider industry. Like, even if you had your favourite one, you're not giving them any money directly. You know, you're consuming the media, and they get paid for whatever the system is. So it's interesting that we've come around. I thought the internet would create this place. I didn't understand how the industry even survived at one point, because I mean, it didn't, did it? The internet kind of killed the video DVD market, and a lot more independent creators sprang up. So it's really interesting the way it's come around to be totally financially viable, to the point where some of them earn massive money, and like rock stars in a way. It's really interesting, that, actually. Yeah, we'll carry on.
Pay money for it and whatever, that's okay. Oh dear.
I would say
Also, it is okay if you want to pay money for pornography. I choose not to because it's all for free on the internet, but like, it is okay if you want to do that. Like, you know, that's fine. If you want to support me by giving me a tippy, I'm very grateful. If you want to support whoever you watch on the internet doing other forms of content, I think that's fine. You know, if you want to support, other than butchers or animal torturers or some shit, like, you know, I think it's fine.
to go in some dark places to research this document.
Hang on, what?
It wasn't. It's freely available on Google.
Why is he
everywhere.
shouting?
I just tapped in a few words and there it was. Purely.
He said he thought it'd have to go dark places, which is interesting, because what dark places are you talking about? It must be in the dark web. He's alluding to the dark web, which is a horrible illusion.
I would say I had to go in some dark places to research this document, but it wasn't. It's freely available on Google everywhere. I just tapped in a few words and there it was. Purely in the interest of research.
A few words, just a few words, like, you know, sex, hottie, or mother licks cut off daughter's face. I mean, they're just words, aren't they? You know, any old order really didn't think too much about specifically a mother and daughter relationship and a specific situation that in some way someone may have recommended in some way. I don't know how you get this funny idea in your head about this specific situation, but yeah.
To make this documentary. But I just thought you should know, and my subscribers. I'm against it. I'm trying to stop it. In fact, I'm going to be in a lot more videos on...
I spotted somebody in chat there saying about fake taxi, right? I don't want to get into too many specifics, but there was a girl in my local area. I mean, I'd get her on the show. She probably got more viewers than I have on her channels. But in the hairdressers once, girl walked past, and Scotty Hottie, I was like, eyes out the window. Oh, hello, look at her with the skirt and the shoes. And my friend that worked in the hairdressers explained to me, oh, she does adult movies. And I was like, no, she doesn't. She goes, yeah, she's from around here. She does the adult movies. And I was like, no. I did, I think I'd seen her in a bar or like Chicago Rock or something and failed to go and talk to her. I thought, oh my God, I can't run out of the shop now and be like, hello, would you like to go on a date? But like that logged in my mind. Anyway, a while later, I did see her in the old fake taxi. I was like, oh my God, that's a local girl done good. Being done good. Anyway, look, that's, but you know what I mean? I was like, wow, for the first time ever, I've seen, I don't know them, but I've seen someone that I've seen in real life that's from my local area in that context, and it was a bit different. It kind of took the edge off the sexiness for me in a way, because I was like, oh, I recognise, it's like, you know, I recognise them, which is not really a thing I should be thinking at this moment. It's a weird story, that. It's just a weird thing. But yeah, I might try and get her on the show at some point, but I don't think, you know, Scotty 10,000 subs emailing someone who makes hundreds of thousands of views on one of the major pornography sites. I don't think she's going to be like, oh, I'll jump at the chance, but she might be interested.
How it is led to abuse of women, and
how it's led to the abuse of women. Now that's the thing that you weren't actually doing your documentary about, Alan, because you said at the start that you were doing this on how serial killers are affected by pornography, and it drives people who watch violent pornography to commit murders. That's what you said. But now it's about something about the abuse of women, and we could talk about that. You know, it's such a, I'm not going to turn today's episode into that because I haven't researched that, and there is a big, you know, spectrum there, isn't there? Some women are in control of their own careers in these markets, and other people might be treated like objects. I believe there was a pornography group recently in the last like 5 years or so. Actually, there was. We should probably react to some of the interviews that are on other. Like, we could continue this out into a wider conversation, maybe even on the main channel. There have been some interviews of survivors of situations where they signed up to do modelling. It went a bit dark. They were told that everything will be shown to people if you don't cooperate. So they cooperated, and the pornographers that made that got proper, you know, criminal case against them. You know, the proper criminal convictions for the bad crimes, and a lot of the women, the survivors of that, have spoken out against it. So there, you know, there's a full spectrum in this industry, of course, but to say that pornography equals misogyny is not acceptable in today's day and age, because so many women are in control of the content they're putting out. So it's now a much more egalitarian, like the same way as I've got my camera and my computer at home, like a lot more content creators are able to control their own content. So I think in today's day and age, it's not so clear cut that pornography equals misogyny.
Demeaning women and dehumanising them, and
you don't have to demean and dehumanise women in pornography. There is a spectrum. So again, if that's what you're drawn to and what you're watching, you might see it that way. But I hope, like, it depends. Like, this is a weird way to put it, but it depends what turns you on, doesn't it? Because like some people might be turned off by the dehumanising aspect of certain things. I guess it's different strokes for different folks, so to speak.
Guest on and discuss it, and some of my subs are going to tell us how they've been used and abused by
what?
This has led to abuse of women and demeaning women and dehumanising them, and we're going to have guests on and discuss it, and some of my subs are going to...
That's not you doing a documentary now then, is it? Because if you'd done research for a documentary, you would have talked to these people and had their little interviews intercut into your documentary. So it turns out it says Google porn, why is it there, and Ted Bundy and all this, and he said that he was doing research for a documentary, and he said this is the documentary, but it's not the documentary. He's now talking about plans that he might have in the future, and they're weird fucking plans, I'll tell you that.
In fact, I'm going to be a lot more videos on how it has led to abuse of women, and
I don't see in his catalogue of videos a lot more videos about this. I don't know if he continued to do this. We'll have to look into it more deeply, but I don't think there is a continuation series, so just let's make that clear. Don't worry about that aspect.
In fact, I'm going to be a lot more videos on how it has led to abuse of women and demeaning women and dehumanising them, and we're going to have guests on and discuss it, and some of my subs are going to tell us how they've been used and abused by their partners, men and women. And we're going to look at these aspects. Does pornography affect serial killers? Yes.
I would hate to be thinking of the pre-interviews that Alan was doing to construct that, if that was going on. You know, get me on Skype and probe me. So Alan would get me on Skype and probe me. They're the wrong words, aren't they? But, you know, start probing me about these sort of questions. That would be I'm going to hope he hasn't been doing that to his subs.
By their partners, men and women. And we're going to look at these aspects.
I just don't think Alan's the right person to be handling that kind of conversation with random people off the internet.
Pornography affect serial killers? Yes, in my opinion, it does.
Hang on.
Their partners, men and women. And we're going to look at these aspects. Does pornography affect serial killers?
How many of your subs have been going out with serial killers? What are you even saying? Lucy Lou wears the wig. Yeah, I should wig it up, but the best wig for this is this beautiful green wig, but it goes with the green. I have to turn off the green screen, so I'm not going to bother. And also it's a hot day and my head will start to overheat, but good point. Maybe we should have a wig fund, you know, maybe if we hit a certain goals target, I'll put the wig on.
Yes, in my opinion, it does.
Look at it as well. The choice, I'll reiterate, don't ever forget that Alan made this video and in his infinite wisdom or subconscious mind, he decided to take videos of fine, thick tree trunks ascending into the sky. These big tree trunks that Alan likes to film to marry up with these images. These images are married up with this conversation about pornography. The big, thick tree trunks. And the way he's filming it is he's...
Yes, in my opinion, it does.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Thanks, Funky82.
Funky82 sent tippies. Great work, Scott. Love having great laugh with you. Ad is just laugh minute. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
He is a laugh, yeah. I remember it's subdued today because it's the middle of the day and I didn't go to bed. I wanted to do this and then chill out in this evening. So there's a lot of content for people to watch. At the end of this one, there's a video that we dropped. There's going to be another video drop on this channel. There's one going to drop on Super Chuffer for you. There's one on Super Clipper. And there's this. And we did a live about Alan yesterday. And we did a video about Alan the day before. So there's quite a lot. If you haven't been catching up, there's a lot for you to catch up on Sunday. It's all good. Can you borrow the green wig for your next gig? I can buy you one. They're only about £5 off Amazon. With these tippies coming, I can get you one. No problem.
Hard hitting series coming up.
Hard wood hard series. Hard hitting series coming up. Hang on, I do need to check this. So, Armchair Detective. And I'm just going to search. It was his lives, wasn't it? This is... Maybe I have to search across all the channels, which might be quite annoying, but Google porn, why is it there? So it says the word porn in it. So let me search for the word porn. So there's the top one, the one we're watching. No, there are no follow-up episodes. This is other stuff about the Delphi murders. I don't know how porn got into this, but there are no follow-up episodes about this. He didn't make a series. Unless it's on Armchair Detective Red. You know, it could be, couldn't it? Let's search it here. Weird that when you search porn, Nicola Bully video comes up. Injunctions and gagging orders. But no, he didn't make a series about it. So that's an outright lie then, maybe. And this is Alan's defence for his behaviour with his search. With his search stuff. And it's interesting now, because we're looking back on it, you know, years later. It's interesting to see these things with Alan, that he promised something, because what the narcissist will do, and actually this is just a feature of a liar and a blagger as well, is they'll say things so that things work out okay, but a week later you forgot that, you know, you're not as angry, things have calmed down, something else is on the news, You know, I'll promise, but not deliver. And here he's made some really weird, rash promises, because the whole premise of this is his documentary that he was doing the research for. So this is the evidence and the proof that he was doing research. And what it turns out is he just went around the park and wandered around and had a ramble about fucking porn's bad and this and that, and shouldn't be on the internet, should it? And we should do some interviews. Like, it really doesn't stack up to scrutiny now. And the fact that he's promised future episodes and not delivered them, that's weird as well. Maybe there was a negative response to this.
Been used and abused by their partners, men and women. And we're going to look at these aspects. Does pornography affect serial killers? Yes, in my opinion it does. Hard-hitting series coming up. New direction for the Armchair Detective. As we're researching the minds of serial killers and rapists.
What?
He
just threw in the R word. I don't even want to mention it, because like, we're having a grown-up conversation about pornography, and now we're talking about something that's over the line. Obviously, at any point, if any pornography veers into that, then it's definitely over the line, isn't it? You know, if anyone says stop, then everything should be immediately stopped. No one should have to suffer the indignity of, you know. And I don't know how you would necessarily now throw in the idea, like, you'd have to have some sort of statistics, not just statistics, but research. You know, a criminologist, a dedicated, specific criminologist into this sort of thing, to give you any sort of insight, wouldn't you? Unless you're just going to go off the top of your head now and just start throwing in words, Alan. It's a bit heavy, a bit harsh, a bit over the top.
Social media, a trigger.
Fiona says, I think Italian men are good looking. Quite a lot of them are, aren't they? Yeah.
Is social media partly to blame? Of course, 99.99% of people won't be affected by watching violence or porn.
Really?
What about
99.99% of people won't be affected by it. I disagree. I think there's an extensive range of research on the effect of violence through television, video games, other formats. I'm not here to say that video games are violent and therefore children equal bad and all that. What I'm saying is there is research on it and people are affected by it in different ways. So 99.9% of people are fine with it is simply ridiculous. Like, he's not done any research, has he? Show me the studies. This is starting to annoy me a little bit now. How on earth can people... So we've got the bad mother licks cunt off daughter's face, right? And he's like, I'm doing a research thing for a documentary. This comes out, people watch it, and they don't like... That's not the end of him. People don't see through this transparent ploy to manipulate. They're like, yeah, turns out 99.99% of people aren't affected by it. It's just the serial killers. So it's probably okay to watch mother licks cunt off daughter's face. It's not a bad thing in the end.
the other ones? What about the other ones?
What, the
Is it
0.01%?
acceptable for it to be on your Google?
Yes.
Is it acceptable that 25...
It's you that's searching for it again, Alan, and there are safe search things, and certain things like are not acceptable for Google, and they're like these companies, Firefox, Google, all these people, they do filter out some pretty bad stuff. Like, you'd have to go to a dark web for certain things, wouldn't you, Alan? You know, like, I don't know if I should say this on the internet, but I used like, there was this phenomenon of people buying cannabis off the... I mean, I'm smoking. Like, I used the dark web once to buy some weed. Like, I just had to know. And yes, you could. I think they shut it down now, but back in the day, you know, talking about LimeWire in the old days, you know, you could buy weed off the internet. It was fucking incredible. But, like, you can't just Google up buy weed off the internet. You know, you have to, like, there are steps you have to go through, aren't there? And the same with this other, like, if you want to get onto that really dark side of pornography that he was just talking about, no, you can't just Google that up. Like, if you do, then it probably goes through a system somewhere and it gets logged on a record and the police come around your house, I would expect. Like, these days, people end up, you know, they get done for stuff, don't you know, when they get done for stuff, yeah? And they end up searching their search history and all that, and it all comes out. Do you know what I mean?
percent of searches are all about this. I don't think it is. What's your view?
What are the things we don't want to see on the internet? As a parent, as a...
Alan, you're what we don't want to see on the internet. Chuffers like you.
human being. Racism. Violence against women. Child abuse. incest.
You can see, right, listen, you can see a lot of racism on the internet. There are racist websites. I think they try and crack down on it more these days, but the internet is a space where people share their thoughts, feelings and opinions, and some people have their own, literally their own websites. And like I keep saying, it's up to you to navigate that and choose whether you want to go and look at it and be part of it. If you go on 4chan, then you're going to see all sorts of fucked up shit. Like people saying, there's quite a lot of it is just 14-year-olds trying to be edgelords, but you know, people saying all sorts of stuff. And like, it's your fault for going to 4chan and reading those forums. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm really not angry at Google because people are racists. Like, racists exist in the world, and if they didn't exist in the world, they wouldn't be posting on the internet. It's the racism in the world that we have to work out for. It's not that I saw racism on the internet, now I decided to be racist now. I wasn't going to be racist before, but I saw some on the internet and I thought, well, that sounds good. Google suggested it on the... I was looking, Motherlick's cut off daughter's face, and then Google brought up racism for me. I wasn't going to click it, but I did click it, and now I'm racist. It's not my fault, obviously, it's Google's fault. Like, what's Alan saying here?
We're all issues that are unacceptable in our society. Yet porn not only justifies issues within explicit content, but the industry is making millions and millions from
What even is this? Dare I ask?
promoting them. It's not okay.
It's not okay. Porn is not okay. Alan has decided porn, it's not okay. I'm telling you that it is okay. And it's not a blanket statement about every spectrum of porn, therefore, is fine. Scott said porn was fine, therefore sticking your head up a cow's bum and filming it on your Nokia is fine. I didn't say that. I didn't say all spectrum of porn is fine. Just like, there are healthy ways to go about human sexuality, though, and I've made that case earlier, so...
Let's think for a minute of the things deemed unacceptable in society today.
Let's think about the worst things you could possibly think about. Thanks, Alan. I really enjoy it where you take me by the hand and lead me into the darkest depths of your mind. No, I argued against Playboy in... Like, they used to have... If I do this, maybe I'll find it. Sorry, Riley. Playboy in W.H. Smith. So in W.H. Smith, there was... This is a while ago. It's probably not kicking off now like this. But Feminists for Cross, I was cross about Playboy being sold in pen and paper sets in Smiths. I remember having an argument with a girlfriend of mine about this because she liked the Playboy bunny motif and she had a young daughter, and I was like, I don't think this is appropriate around your young daughter. And she was like, don't tell me how to raise my young daughter and do things in my house. I like the Playboy bunny motif, why don't you fuck off? And I thought, yeah, do you know what, like, I should just fuck off. I couldn't, you know, that's their life, not my life, so I could state my opinion, and then she was cross, so I decided that we weren't right for each other. But with this, I mean, I didn't quite decide that. It was a process, and I ended up being upset when she decided that we weren't right for each other, but this was part of it. Look, they've written Playboy's a porn thing, don't buy this. The Playboy bunny represents chauvinism. Like, the whole Playboy empire is chauvinistic. It's a tired version of male-dominated sexuality, like Hugh Hefner and all the women, isn't it? And this now emblem on sale to kids, pen sets, becoming a normalising. You know, you get used to the logo before you even understand the concepts that back it up, and you see it as a positive in some way. Like, it doesn't see. Maybe these things aren't designed to be sold to kids, but they were in W.H. Smith's. They were $5.99. They were in the pen sets range, and it just seemed well fucking wrong. So that's my opinion on that. Like, I kind of forget where I'm going with it, but yeah, okay, so what I'm talking about is misogyny in society. The objectification of women and misogyny in society is an issue. Absolutely. But again, pornography does not... You can't just say, because women and sex, therefore... In fact, what it really highlights here is Alan's perception of this. That he doesn't understand that there's this wider spectrum. That to him, pornography is demean women, use them as objects. And all the pornography equals demean women, use them as objects, because in Alan's mind, when he's watching the pornography, that's what he's reading from it, isn't it? I don't know if it's just specifically the pornography he's watching or his perceptions on women in general, but this is his whole, you know, feelings on it. Like, I think the Playboy stuff wrong for, you know, there's a point where you become a young adult and then you can start making your investigation into this world. Sometimes you have to have experiences, and I'm not saying that like all your experiences are necessarily going to be good ones. Most of us, normal humans, go through some awkward moments, some possibly scary moments, but like, you know, nervous moments, all sorts of different stuff. It's not always like, you know, plain sailing, but hopefully by the time you become a full adult, you know, you've had some experience and know where your boundaries are and what you're into and stuff like that. Socially, we shouldn't be ascribing women the sex object role. Like as a society, like here's your Playboy pencil case, young girl, enjoy that, and then later on enjoy taking your clothes off and smiling while the boxers do the posing. You know, I obviously we're in a modern world now. That seems obvious. So I don't see how Alan has got this so confused. Maybe it's because he's coming from a different time in his mind, but he's talking about the modern internet, so that's not fair. He's been researching the modern internet, and Alan's decided porn equals misogyny and misogyny equals bad, which is fucking weird because Alan is misogynistic all the damn time, but now he's some sort of feminist flag flyer against the porn industry because he got caught searching for mother licks cun off daughter's face. That's why we're here, is because of this. Cun, obviously I'm not saying the worst words on the internet, cun, because it's been spelt wrong, off daughter's face.
So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names to see what there is on the net. And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research, and of course Chris Langham was doing research when he was found guilty on these charges. He was found guilty, and he said in his defence, he'd said that he was doing research. So using the defence of a convicted child person there, Alan, and this is the research and this is what it turned into. So it doesn't seem like you were doing much research in between looking at Netflix and betting on the horses.
Not like someone cutting a line or opening a super low candy wrapper in movie theatres, no. The big ones, the big things, like I just told you, racism, violence.
I think we're okay with this image.
Abuse,
it's a lady, she's got her brassiere on. Oh God, I sound like such a 1940s fucking prude. She's got a brassiere on, she's got her knickers on. You know, it's not completely saucy. It's got YouTube rather than Pornhub on it, so like, it's okay, I think. We're treading a borderline here. Alan has chosen this image. It makes me wonder as well. We assume that before he was busted with this porn search, he wasn't really doing research into pornography. He was just looking at CD pornography, of course, because we're not idiots. Like, that's a very normal thing to assume. Between then and making this video, he's had to Google up some stuff about pornography in the media, read the statistics out at the start of the video. There's no more research is involved. He's not citing any psychological studies or anything. He's read some statistics off an article at the start, and now he's rambling. But he's found the time to get images of pornography, softcore images, and one that was quite close up. And it occurs to me that between doing that search and this, he's probably done more looking at porn than he would normally have done. And now he's got more pictures, and he's had to think about which pictures to, it's all a bit, isn't it?
You could
Big
think
ups
of
anyone who's off. Big ups to anyone who's off. This is a midday surprise because we've been doing a lot of Alan this weekend, and I appreciate that, you know, your Alan meter might be full, but you'll have due time and Sunday, the other days. You'll be able to get to this. I'll show you at the end of today's episode the other stuff that we'd recently done and going to be dropping probably today and tomorrow on the other channels as well. So
there's many more. Society denounces these things.
What's this particular image? This was like the image we had before. It's a hockey shirt or something. probably on some young girl in some sort of pornography, or is this from a news article? I don't know. I don't even want to second guess it, actually. I'm no.
But there's one place where they all thrive. Porn on Google.
Now Alan's repeating himself.
Why does Google allow all this stuff on? I investigated it. I was shocked.
Literally repeating himself with the same image. I haven't rewound it here. This is the same image and the same thing that he's saying.
I put in those titles. What are the things we don't want to see on the internet?
I'm
As a
sorry,
parent.
what? Now he's brought up the fact he's a parent as well. This is really weird. What are the things we don't want to see as a parent? Bringing children into the frame of mind while I show you my recent search for banged by black.
As a human being, racism, violence against women, child abuse, incest.
Alan!
They're all issues that are unacceptable in our society. Yet
Why have
porn
you
not
made this
only
worse?
justifies issues within explicit content.
We know what that word is. Why have you eradicated that word? That's not the bad word. I think I just about get away with this on YouTube. It'll probably give me the, demonetized, not suitable, but we're not really showing anything graphic or horrible. They're just words, and I kind of kept my hands over the one that contextually made it worse. Why would you do this to yourself? Alan, you're hitting yourself. Alan, you're punching yourself.
But the industry is making millions.
You might have to guess what the first letter is, because thankfully my frame cuts it off. You might have to guess what the first letter is of this word. I'll give you a clue. It's not a G. It's not a G. I'll give you a clue. A abacada effaga ha ejaka lamana upper quatrasa va works ya za. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S U V W X Y Z. So there's a. I don't know what these words are. Muti. M-U-T-I. I've never searched for any pornography with the word. I'm tempted to search for the word muti now. I'm just going to get another window open. Just give me a second. I'm just going to go in this window and just ask the internet just for muti, just to find out if there is a word or if it's not coming up with anything. It's a colloquial Afrikaans word for medicines. I don't want to open up a pornography window on this computer and search for muti and pornography, but I think that might be a misspell, to be honest, from our boy there. Muti. So we've got this word, muti, and he's blacked something out that beginning with a G. Like, what's going on in this world? I don't think I expected Alan to have searched this. Is he using this as an opportunity to share his... Like, if they've seen Mother Lick's Cut Off Daughter's Face, and I'm making this documentary, maybe I'll put in all the other stuff as well, and then if they ever see that, I'm clearing the free, because I did it for the documentary. He's gone for this.
And millions from promoting them. It's not okay. Let's think for a minute of the things deemed unacceptable in society today. Not like someone...
There's nothing unacceptable in society today about someone who is trans. Like, I watch a streamer who is a trans woman, and they're a great streamer. First and foremost, I think of them as a great personality who takes us around. Most of you would know who I'm talking about, right? They take us, New York City Doll. They take us around New York. Like, I watch it because I like going around New York with this wonderful personality who engages with people on a one-to-one basis and has conversations with them, dances, shows me New York's nightlife, and makes me feel like I'm 20 years younger again in a way, and out on the town old fuddy-duddy me. But you know what I mean? Like, it's great to be given this view on another world. And they happen to be trans, but like, it is sort of a feature of their channel insofar as that's their life journey, and so they talk about it. But they're a human person, and there's nothing wrong with them existing, having sex, being sexual, having pornography. Like, if they decided to make pornography, that would also be fine. Like, saying this is really bad. Saying, what's the worst thing in the world that you don't want any kids to see? What's the worst thing in the world that you could think of? The worst thing, probably black men. Load of black men. That's really bad. And transgender. Fucking get them off the internet. Google's awful for having transgender people on their pornography sites, because they're not really people. Like them and the black people, they're not. Like, that's what he just said. That's what he just put on the screen and just said.
Issues within explicit content. But the industry is making millions and millions from promoting them. It's not okay. Let's think for a minute of the things deemed unacceptable in society today. Not like someone cutting a line or opening a super loud candy wrapper.
Cutting a line? You mean cocaine? You just brought up cocaine there. Not cocaine. Okay, not cocaine. This one is obviously the classic.
In movie theatres, no. The big ones, the big things, like I just told you, racism, violence, and child abuse.
Racism, violence, and now he's got his own blurred search of mother licks cut off daughter's face in it for good measure. Alan, you just exhibited racism on the internet when you described a particular pornography setup as being one of the worst things that society could possibly produce. Why didn't you just screenshot your own actual search? Alan screenshotted this because, the one that was caught on the internet. Mother licks, does that say cun? Cun? Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet, cun, because it's been spelt wrong. That is blurry because they had to zoom in on it. But Alan, for his own video, for his own documentary, decided to take a clip from his own trolls and use their clip in his own video, rather than type it into Google again and just screenshot it, or get his own search history up and screenshot it. This is the most lazy thing. It's a media point, not a pornography point, not a social context point. But it's incredible that this man has decided to clip his own trolls' evidence of his own illicit search into his own video. I suppose he had to, because he says proof that I was researching. You could have just get a better clip of that. It's weird.
You could think of your own. There's many more.
You can think of your own. You can think of your own. If you weren't thinking of bad things already from Alan's choices, transgenderism, being black, then you can think of your own. And here's another prompt for you as well, if you wanted to think of your own, based on specifically here, daughter in the middle. He's focused on the word daughter. I thought the other aspect, I don't know, this is going to sound weird, but the full sentence, mother licks cun off daughter's face. For me, the mother licks cun bit was I thought that was probably quite bad, that bit. But he's focusing on the aspect that the daughter, so that's in his mind, I guess. That's what he's focused on here.
Society denounces these things.
Society does denounce these things. As I said earlier, there are borders, aren't there? There are lines. It's interesting that I will talk about this briefly here. There's a facet of pornography in the modern world where there's a lot you will see, you might not see. I believe there's a lot nowadays that incest is a big heavy word, right? Because there's a lot of normal mainstream porn where they use incesty terms, but obviously they're not really related. They're just playing roles and being, creepy about it. But I believe that comes from the place because a lot of porn is driven by the consumer, bear in mind, right? A lot of porn is driven by the consumer. And I remember when I was climbing up the bookshelf and getting the books down, right? It turns out that a lot of young men, when they first have their sexual yearnings girding their loins, they turn to female figures that are in their environment, I would say. So some might think, oh, if only I had a stepsister, then I could creep into her bedroom and have sex with her. I wish I had a stepsister. Or like, you know, so then you get this like genre of porn that focuses on that particular style of fantasy. And I guess it's been driven by the young, I say young, I'm talking about like the, you know, 14 to 16-year-old market. That sounds awful, doesn't it? But young men masturbate and they discover it, and they obviously are watching this pornography. So that probably drives a lot of the pornography style, because a lot of the clicks go a certain way and they make more videos of a certain genre and stuff. My guess is that because the internet is mainly, well, nowadays it's not just the domain of young people, is it? But you know what I mean? Young people drive the big trends these days, don't they? So that's my guess on why there's that mainstream genre of that style of porn. But really, yeah, it is frowned on. You know, it is like if it was, I can't explain this or discuss this any further. I'm not going to go into the bad bit of it. I've explained why I think there's an almost mainstream standard. Like it sounds like the worst things in the world that I've been describing. Like, but if you go on these sites, you will see what I talked about. So I can't control that, but obviously if you search for it, then you get to watch it, I suppose. I mean,
but there's one place where they all thrive.
The internet.
Porn on Google.
It's not Google that's...
Why does Google allow all this stuff on?
Stop
I
repeating
investigated.
that.
I was shocked. I put in those titles.
I bet you did.
And up came sites with millions and millions of views.
So this is wrong, because Alan... This says www.pornhub.com, and if Alan had put in a particular title and searched for it, what would have come up is pornhub.com/mother licks cunt off daughter's face, wouldn't it? It wouldn't bring you just to the Pornhub main site. So these things don't hook up, and then maybe that's just Alan's bad media production. Maybe I should trust that he's actually put in all the worst things and searched for them, because he's telling me he has. So I don't know how this makes it better for him.
Now, Google hasn't banned those. They might ban me for talking about crime, but they don't ban the porn sites, who admittedly are not illegal. It's all...
Yeah, so number one, they're not illegal, and like there is an industry in America, like they give out awards, so it's quite unlikely they would ban them entire. And number two, again, YouTube, it can filter and selectively, you can ban it yourself, but YouTube don't have the power to ban websites. Like websites will exist even if Google doesn't want to feature them on their search engine. There are other search engines as well. So Alan is very confused about how the internet works. I think this is 2 years ago.
role playing, but it's still pretend incest.
Pretend incest. So he's found those videos then, like I was just describing. Most people would have seen, you know, that genre though. Like I said, I don't think that's all the worst. Like, it's clearly not that those people are related in those videos. It's like a setup for a situation, and then, you know, the pornography happens. And it used to be, I guess, like there would be, you know, you get these other, almost like the sex costumes that you get on Amazon. Naughty schoolgirl, naughty nurse. You know, like a genre evolves around that whole thing. Loads of people are doing videos where they're the nurse. You know, now there's this other genre, like I said, about, I think it comes from young boys' nascent sexuality being pushed onto their nearest peers, I suppose. What I'm going to do is I need to have a quick... you said I wasn't allowed to have a bathroom break because you're scared I'm going to have a jerky session. I'm not. I'm going to be really quick and just go for a waz. But while I do, I've got a little something lined up for after this, but you can have a little bit of it now. Right? You can have a little bit of it now. So, just enjoy this for a minute while I just quickly go for a waz. I can't guarantee we're going to watch loads of this later, but I do hope to get some of it down us. Depends on time.
I hope you can see me. Live in the park, love from the park.
Don't try to spare my feelings. Just tell me that we're through and make it
easy on yourself. Easy. Anybody there? Oh, we're not alone. Hello. Good afternoon. Armchair detective. No hiding place. I can't hide from you. I'm in the park, enjoying myself. So are you. It's my local park, right? Walker Brothers.
Words of consolation can make me miss you later.
Okay. Oosh, I'm back. We'll get a bit more of that later. You'll like it.
Pretend violence to women. Pretend rape. All this stuff is there.
Whoa. Again, no, it's not. No, it's not. There is definitely a line drawn. Simulated or otherwise, the R word, not acceptable on mainstream porn sites. Pretty sure that I don't see that coming up in the fucking suggested next box. Wow. I don't know what sites Alan's watching.
Drive. In an age where we use careful language about these sort of issues, about world leaders, public figures, we try not to offend and navigate issues with sensitivity, but pornography or
This sounds like interesting words that he's probably reading from someone else.
offensive content is a given. It's encouraged.
What? Hang on. Pornography and offensive content is a given. It's encouraged. They were all of a sudden there was like a very un-Alan-like use of some intelligent and eloquently formatted syntax, and then it was just like this throwaway comment about it's like fucking pushed on. It's what?
Try not to offend. In an age where we use careful language about these sort of issues, about world leaders, public figures.
No, this is word salad actually. We use careful language about these sort of issues, about world leaders and public figures. What do you mean world leaders and public figures? What have they got to do with this investigation into pornography and what do you mean?
We try not to offend and navigate issues with sensitivity, but pornography or offensive content is a given. It's encouraged.
Right. No, offensive content is not a given in pornography, and no, it's not encouraged. Actually, I would say. I mean, you could say if you were into sadomasochism, in some way you could fashion what Alan said into that, or like some people might actually be into a more misogynistic form. You could fold it into that, but in the wide context of pornography in itself, no, it's not a given in today's day and age, or it wasn't even 2 years ago that. Whatever he just said. What?
We try not to offend and navigate issues with sensitivity, but pornography or offensive content is a given.
Like, is it? Is offensive content a given? Like, if it offends you, don't watch it. So, like, you're saying, like, if I showed like Riley Reid's latest video to my nan, like, she might be offended. Probably, I get that. You know, if I got it going on the bus without my headphones on and it's all blaring, like, obviously that's offensive in wide society in that context. But pornography, like, if you seek it out and you have your own choices, it doesn't have to offend you.
It's encouraged. $97 billion a year industry. Why does it get away with it?
What do you mean, why does it get away with it?
Because the world has a mixed up relationship with porn.
No, I don't think it does.
Some
I don't
people
think the world has a mixed up relationship with porn. I think that quite a lot of people have a healthy relationship with porn. I think quite a lot of pornographers have a healthy relationship with the people they work with and the people that consume their work. I don't think that's like, it's like saying because some restaurants serve you junk food and other, like, because in Alan's restaurant, you know, they were messing about with crappy products in the kitchen. That means like food is bad. Like, obviously there are going to be some bad restaurants. I'm going to use restaurants as an analogy. You know, obviously there's going to be some bad restaurants, some people working in some squalid conditions, maybe even people that didn't even, you know, in the worst end of things, you might have people that were, you know, not given much choice, shipped in on a boat or something and forced to work in the restaurant. But that doesn't mean that Gordon Ramsay's, I don't know why I chose Gordon Ramsay. Should have chosen Jamie Oliver. He was the naked chef. You know, it doesn't mean that Gordon Ramsay's new restaurant's going to be some shithole with all, like, trafficked. Do you know what I mean, though? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's a proper industry out there, and there's proper, decent people making a good living and having a good life and treating each other with respect. So I don't think that it has to be what you say it is, Alan. In fact, your assertion of that says more about you than it does about the porn industry.
As a year industry, why does it get away with it? Because the world has a mixed up relationship with porn. Some people make jokes about it. How normal it is to watch Friends. Like on Friends they say, anyone else want to watch? And stats.
Well, he doesn't mean watch your friends having sex. What he means is on Friends they made jokes about porn because it's fine to normalise sexuality in today's modern world. In fact, it's kind of healthy to do that. But Alan found it to be a problem that he wanted to fold into his documentary. This is not a documentary, bear in mind. Like, loose terminology, anyone can have a podcast if you're just talking on the internet. Anyone can have a documentary if you just edit some stuff together on the internet. This isn't really a documentary. If it is, okay, you could say it's art. Okay, you can say it's a documentary, but it's a very, very shit one.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Big ups Body Sculpture.
Body Sculpture sent tippies.
Big message.
Going back to last night, I can see him having his own ice cream van with one headlight and he bangs out the tune "Im First LOL." Has anyone ever checked the register to make sure he is not on it, because if not he needs to be added to it? Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks. The register for detective classes, obviously. Thank you. I do also want to keep repeating today in case you might ever listen or pop in or whatever. Stargazing, I'm sorry if you were cross about me having a little joke at your expense. It was ill thought out. I apologise.
About 90% of guys have seen porn before the age of 19.
If you haven't seen porn before the age of 19, fuck me, you're going to have your eyes opened. And what have you been doing? Are you religious? I tell you what, in my local area, we had, I used to go on the bus with this girl and she was Jehovah's Witness or something. And God help her. Our local set of Jehovah's Witness got done for sex monarchies. And I always wondered to myself, was she ever getting messed about with? Because I used to be really nice to her. And I always used to say to her, like, you know, because the other girls didn't want to talk to her. And I would like say, like, you know, if there's ever anything you want to talk about, or like, you know, I listened to her talk about the Jehovah's Witness stuff, and I was like, unlike other people, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, you know, I don't really think like that, but it's cool. And like, you know, she never spoke up or out about anything, but their sets got done for it. So I always wondered about that, but
like on Friends they say, anyone else want to watch?
Don't know where that came from.
Stats about 90% of guys have seen porn before.
Oh, if you hadn't seen porn before you were 19, yeah, obviously, like, she was totally buttoned down on anything. Like, I used to smoke weed outside. Like, I'm talking about hairdressing now, college. Like, I used to smoke weed outside before, you know, got on the bus. And like she'd be like, oh my, you're naughty drugs and all that. You know, she was totally buttoned down on anything. Like, you know, like proper religious buttoned down. So I imagine she hadn't seen any porn. I didn't ask her, but like, who's not seen porn until they were 19? Like, and I could say, you know, people have visual impairments, but you know, you can still enjoy porn. They even have descriptive. You can turn on the thing where it describes what's going on in the scene for you. You can hear it. So, who has not? That seems weird, but yeah, apparently everyone has. So,
I just want to watch. Stats about 90% of guys have seen porn before the age of 19.
That's 10%. That's 1 in 10 people haven't seen porn at the age of 19. I can't fathom it. You can't get to university and not have seen porn. I mean, what kind of strict parents? 1 in 10 households have got such a lockdown on the internet that they haven't been able to. You've got phones. What are you doing? What are you playing at? I want to know who these people are. I want to put pornography in front of them at least at 18, 19.
But no one wants to raise their hand to say they actually did.
Well,
And this
no,
is
you
what-
on about Alan? I don't know about you in chat. I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I'm quite happy to raise my hand and say I watched pornography. I was jerking it since I was 8, and at the age of 11, when some goo came out, I thought I'd broke it. That's not my joke. That's not my joke. That's I can't even remember the comedian who said that. It's an old comedian said that, an old American New Yorker. Not old, but generations ago. He's an Italian American, I can't remember his name. But yeah, like, you know, most of us are quite happy to say that we have masturbated and looked at porn. Like, what are you? Like, you know, I'm quite happy to say I've ate at McDonald's. I'm quite happy to say, like, it's the most mundane thing, really, to be honest, isn't it? It's like quite mundane. Like, I'm quite happy to say I've ate at McDonald's. I'm quite happy to say I've worn a pair of trainers. I'm quite happy to say that I've kicked a football. I'm quite happy to say I've jerked off. Like, what would I be doing not doing that? We did an episode on Derish on Thus, who's a Kuma. If you go to Super Chuffer, if you're ever interested, if you haven't seen this, just remind you of it on Super Chuffer, on the lives, on Thus. You can just go to the playlists and you can find Thus there. We did an episode on Derish here, and Derish is known as a Kuma in this detractor world, this distracting detractor sphere. He is an archetypal Kuma where he stays in his bedroom a lot and watches an awful lot of pornography. We did a whole episode on him. He's a notable case study of how the modern young mind can be. If you don't have enough going on, if you're not that busy, you can end up watching an awful lot of pornography. I think it's quite natural, though, for young men who have got a lot of testosterone pumping around their system to be interested in that. I'm surprised Alan is trying to... I mean, he did also say... Wait, what he's saying is... Let's get this straight. He's saying he searched for mother lick cun off daughter's face, but he doesn't jerk off. Alan, in fact, is not interested in... Let me just check the doors open for the dog. We're saying then that Alan doesn't... We're saying Alan doesn't jerk off then, yeah? Alan, in his pursuit of the purest internet possible, has weeded out all the most terrible pornography and also actually not jerked off over any of it. This is just a fucking weird narrative that he's spinning. He thinks this helped him. In fact, it buries him.
90% of guys have seen porn before the age of 19. But no one wants
Kurt
to
and
raise...
Lisa, pornography. Yeah, you didn't have porno. Nude mags is pornography, though. It just wasn't. It's a style of. It's a form of pornography. It's just not. I know what you mean, though. You didn't have the same videos. Yeah, you know. I saw it all change. I grew up with magazines, VHS, DVDs, the internet. Saw it all change, but nowadays kids just go straight into the internet, don't they? So it is a bit different. But
Anyone else want to watch? Stats about 90% of guys have seen porn before the age of 19.
actually, that might be wrong what I said, because okay, the internet we would assume is the biggest resource with all the porn on it, but seeing images first rather than videos might be the same for even most young people today, because you know there's blocks, there's filters, there's more. I would say music industry, people like Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, you know, stuff like that, they get very close to softcore pornography in some of their work. So I would say that's the first exposure for a young person to see what I would consider in any form pornographic. And they're going to say, oh, music videos are not pornographic. No, not entirely, but some scenes in some music videos, in the modern music videos, are interchangeable with softcore pornography imagery. So I would say in some way they are. Can we see the cat? No, she's sleeping, sorry. Sorris. I'm not going to wake her up. She's having a nice sleepy. But if she wakes up, she'll make it known.
But no one wants to raise their hand to say they actually did.
One hand,
And this
obviously.
is why I'm making this film.
The other hand's
Let's
busy.
get the genie out of the bottle. It's there.
Let's get the genie out of the bottle. Pop! I'll do you some wishes. Oh, I wish I hadn't done this on the internet again, Genie. Is it you again, Alan? Can I have a whole hand made of ham? I can do that for you, Alan.
Why do we allow it on Google? Why is it all over Google?
I can't
Society is going to progress
keep. Like, obviously, I can't keep correcting him on that point.
on this. They have to talk about it. Because if we turn a blind eye to porn, we
But you
turn
just said you didn't look at it. You said you loaded it up, but you didn't watch the video, so you did turn a blind eye to it. You said you did turn a blind.
Because if we turn a blind eye to porn,
And no one is turning a blind eye to pornography. Like, if you did your research for this documentary, you will see that we had to create regulations and rules about pornography on the internet because we created the internet and then there was pornography on it. So most of the major developed countries had to talk about it in their Houses of Commons and Senates and create rules. Crimes, you know, like acts to be put into law. It's not that no one knows about porn and Alan's discovered it on the internet and now we all have to talk about it. Like, this is fucking weird. It was 2 years ago he did this. 2021. Spent all of COVID at home fapping off on Smule. And you didn't say fapping off on Smule, they're going to get eggy. Oh, but it was, you know, come on. If you want to link it with the other things that he's done on Smule, that's up to you. They're going to think that you linked it. Well, they linked it in their head. Yeah, but they're going to say that you made them link it in their head. What? By presenting straightforward information? That wasn't straightforward information, that was a joke. Have you said sorry to... Have you said... You need to say sorry to that... You need to say sorry to stargazing. I'm sorry. I am sorry stargazing. I am. I go like that because I'm like, I don't know what else to say. I'm like, I am sorry. I don't want to mitigate my sorry, but also I was being ignorant maybe when I made my mistakes. So I'm probably still a bit ignorant. It's working out well.
we turn a blind eye to women's rights. Treatment of women is abysmal on porn sites. They might be considered sexy online.
Treatment of women is abysmal on porn sites. Could be argued, like we could have a debate on that. I think it does depend on what pornography sites you're looking on, to be honest. I think it does depend. I think there are even pornography sites that, as I say, are now even more run by women, directed for women. There are even independents that are on things like OnlyFans that have their own control. There's a societal pressure to behave in a certain way, but you have your own choices. We're not fixed in terms of misogyny in society, so I'm going to agree that... Big ups in chat. I'm going to agree that there is probably more weight to women being objectified and treated in a misogynistic way in pornography in general. I would agree with that, I suppose, but I won't agree to what Alan said.
Treatment of women is abysmal on porn sites. They might be
like, they seem like they're having a good time quite a lot of the time. From what I've seen on porn sites, the women I've seen on porn sites seem to be having quite a good time. People seem to be treating them quite well, actually, in quite a lot of these videos I've seen.
Considered sexy online, but in reality they're not. You might call them kinky sexual fantasies, fun, harmless.
It depends what you're watching. Like, you might be watching straight up normal pornography with two healthy young, like, I mean, like, you know, young like us, normal, you know, oh God, I shouldn't have used the word young. They're going to have me on that now. He said young. I meant like, you know, between the ages of 20 and 40 years old, like not some extreme end of a thing where you have to be put in a category because it's now a like age specific, like two healthy, like pop star, pretty attractive, you know, Mark Wahlberg and Kate Moss equivalent, but porn stars, you know, the good looking people having the good sex. Like, it doesn't have to be fucking someone stuck a thing up someone with a hammer and like they hit him with the whip in the mask. Like, that's what you're watching, Alan. That's what you're watching. Alan is revealing to us through his investigation, and he's going to say, no, I typed in all the worst things so I could see what the worst things were. Well, then why did you do that? That's not a good cross section of pornography, is it? What you should have done is looked at what was the most popular, what was what was the most popular, what was the most popular over time, different trends, demographics, who's using these sites and what their different demographics say on what kinds of things are popular, and looked at a cross section of it and weighted that by the amount of popularity each thing has. So yes, there would be some quite interesting avenues down there, but if it's a very small niche, you don't have to spend as much time worrying about it as the wider context, what's more normal. So it's very strange the way Alan's describing this. To me, it's just saying Alan watches a lot of this particular kind of porn and he's going to try and justify it now. And I think because Motherlick's Don't Come Off Daughter's Face was the catalyst for this, I actually feel like he's kind of oversharing now. And what he's doing is protecting himself in the future. If I'm going to do a video talking about porn and getting myself out of trouble for this thing, I might as well get myself out of trouble for anything else they see in the future, which is going to be violent, it's going to be misogynistic, it's going to be weird kinks he's describing. You know, he's describing these things as negatives as well. If you've got a kink, if you like people stepping on balloons, I'm not going to kink shame you on the internet. I'm not going to kink shame you in real life. If that's what you like, you know, enjoy yourself. That's up to you. As long as it doesn't cross those borderlines of being illegal or like violent in you know, in terms of people's consent being, you know, violently. As long as it's not that, you can really get on with what you want. And if someone says, I'd like you to hit me with the belt and choke me, like, you can do that within your parameters, of course. Like, so, but for Alan, it's this world of depravity where things are awful and seedy and dark and nasty. That's what he's describing to us when he thinks about sex, porn, and the internet.
Considered sexy online, but in reality they're not. You might call them kinky sexual fantasies, fun, harmless, but I'll show you they're far from it. Pornhub is the world's biggest porn site.
That's YouTube.
We noticed that 4 issues.
This is someone else's image, someone else's stock image from somewhere else, isn't it? That he's just nicked and used.
On the highest search terms. In fact, they're what society speaks out against.
Now, Alan has got no idea about the high search terms because we just proved all his statistics to be incorrect earlier on. I am not going to be going on to Pornhub and deciding what the high search terms are. So we'll just assume that Alan's wrong.
But at the same time, consume porn that depicts these scenarios. The 2019 list most popular search terms.
He made this in 20... Like, you can go on Pornhub now and see what's the most popular search terms, because they're just like YouTube, they've got their own trending stuff, and you can search back by year. I know you can do that, like most viewed 21, most viewed 20, most viewed 19, most viewed 8. Like, you could do that, I'm sure. So it seems weird that he's decided on a particular year and it's an irrelevant year. I don't know if this is from, again, from an article he's reading out in the newspaper, or if he's just opened Pornhub and happened to be searching through 2019 at the time.
They move around, but...
They move around. They don't historically.
They have MILF and...
They can't move around. If it was from 2019 and you're making this video 2 years ago, so 2019 statistics can't move around. So I don't know what he's on about, they move around. What does he mean?
They move around, but they have MILF and lesbian, Japanese, massage, anal, threesome, gangbang. I can't even read them out. But
you just did, Alan.
I mean,
that was glorious. I'm glad that we've got those sound bites out of you now.
They have MILF and lesbian, Japanese, massage, anal, threesome, gangbang. I can't even read them out. But I mean, like, it's millions and millions and millions. How does porn get a free pass on these acceptable fronts? Whereas if you write it down and put it in a film, you're in trouble. Where's the line between you looking at it and it being acceptable?
Did Alan just say that if you write it down and put it in a film, you're in trouble? So, Alan, you didn't do that. You were saying that because Pornhub exists, Alan's argument here is because Pornhub exists and they get some sort of free pass on Google, which is so facile I can't even, in fact, we've torn that to pieces. Because Pornhub exists, right, and they get to make their industry in pornography, when Alan gets caught out for mother licks cunt off daughter's face, how come they get a free pass and Alan doesn't get a free pass? Because Alan was just going to put it in a movie. This is this narcissistic gaslighting thing of before. Yesterday it was Alan got caught out for mother licks cunt off daughter's face. Today it's Alan got caught out for putting it in a movie. I wasn't even allowed to do research for my movie. No, that wasn't taken as read, Alan. We don't accept that you're doing research for a movie. You've accepted it and put it in a statement fact, and now we're building on that. Alan can't even do his research for a movie. No.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Dark Maiden.
Dark Maiden sent tippies. AD building an alibi for when the Rozzers arrive and snatch his tech. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
This guy, who was found guilty on child stuff, said he was doing research. It just rings in my mind every time he goes on about the research aspect. It's not a defence. You still get convicted. That guy tried it. Wow, yeah. Good super chat.
I can't even say
Thanks.
the names. But I did Google the ones I said above.
What are you on about? You haven't Googled them. What you've done there, did you write down a big list of all the worst things you can think of and included all the normal things on Pornhub? What he's obviously doing while he's doing that is he's got Pornhub open, like right there while he's recording that voiceover, he's looking at pornography and he's looking at the list and he read a load of them out. Right then, while he was reading that out, he was looking at pornography. It kind of feels creepy.
Like I said.
And he lied about it.
Now, watching porn doesn't mean it's going to make a person a predator.
Well, obviously not.
But you can't ignore the facts on the brain.
What facts on the brain?
A nationwide study found 40% of adults believe sexual acts they may be forced to do or painful in porn are not acceptable. But watching it over and over again, you can become desensified, dehumanized against the material you watch. Desensified.
So a study said 40% of people didn't want that up their bum. And apparently if you watch loads of porn, then you probably don't mind it being put up your bum now or something. Like, we haven't got the facts really. We haven't got the study. He's just read something off a thing somewhere. Like, he's probably got Cosmopolitan open in the other window. Like, this is ridiculous. And he can't even get the words right because he's too busy actually watching porn while he's recording this.
Once you believe what's unacceptable, everything
Lottie,
shifts.
yeah, narcs get off on porn. Yeah, Alan seems to get off. My guess for his, if you were to write his psychological profile, is that he's both sadist and masochist in strange ways. Like, he likes to be... I'm not going to talk extensively on this right now. I don't think it's the right thing to be saying on the internet. I imagine he likes to finish as the sadist, but at some point he wants to be... it's not normal. Let's just say it's not normal. He's just described it all. You've just been here.
And porn gets a free pass yet again.
Porn gets a free pass. Alan doesn't.
So you get the most popular one. Oh, hang on. The most popular one.
He's literally looking at it now.
The most popular one seems to be incest. No one thought it's acceptable in the past. No one thinks it's acceptable now. At all. But what shows up? Stepmom and MILF.
That's what
Mom.
I mean, yeah. So, again, stepmom there. Like, that's that young boy... you're talking about someone between 11 and 14 driving this industry to make pornography that fits in with their fantasies. And their fantasies are not about, grown-up adult women that they can meet in a bar. They're about the small range of women that they could perceive, well, if I had a stepmom, I could maybe, do you know what I mean? Like, because... and therefore the incest angle isn't as dark, and I'm not defending incest porn here, but there's a difference between actual incest porn and people role playing for the nascent. I've said this earlier, used nascent earlier, but you know, for the, like, you look it up. Like, I don't have to prove it to anyone. I'm not doing a documentary, but young boys going through puberty need to put their target on something, and they don't have a wide range of social environments to attribute that target. So you've got stepsisters, stepmothers, teachers. I have a crush on a teacher at school. We had a boys' school, and it was pretty dour, and we didn't have any sexy teachers, so I don't think I did. My sexual, my young schoolboy sexual desire would have been put onto because we had a boys' school and a sister school, a girls' school, and so, like, you know, we were aware of the girls. They were there in their purple uniforms, you know, getting on the bus, but we didn't get to interact with them really. So it would have been put onto the sister school, like you know, fairly healthy young, like me being young, a fairly healthy, you know, normal sort of interest in the opposite sex. Not that, you know, I'd say in the opposite sex, for me it was normal. Like, for some people they can be interested in the same sex, that's also normal, isn't it? It's like, Alan, it's not this at all. It's that he's been watching in, like, also I guess if you're on Pornhub and you watch a lot of incest porn, doesn't it just suggest that to you at the top anyway? I don't know exactly how their algorithms work there, but my guess is if you watch a lot of it, it comes up as the most popular thing for you that particular day. Like, if you're also focused on one particular website that caters to your desires, you're not like, Pornhub is not the only website. It's a bit weird, this is. I think I've done enough discussion on the, like, in an adult way, grown up, normal discussion on this, and Alan's taking us into this weird part where he's actually watching the porn on his computer, so we have to push on through this, because otherwise we'll never finish it. Because I'm starting to get a bit disgusted.
Is this because these things are forbidden? I typed in one and it had...
YouTube is full of porn videos Google didn't know were there, but you can stumble on. This must be... I don't agree with that statement. I think YouTube's pretty... I think if you tried to upload a porn video, I think this, what it might be, is there might be videos of, like, people doing slime stuff, and you don't know it's, for some people, a bit of a turn on, and you can't really say it's porn, but, you know, a foot video where someone's trying on different shoes might not be considered a porn video, but some people might have that particular fetish. So maybe there are videos on YouTube that cater to particulars taste, but I don't think straight up porn is on YouTube. This is a facile statement, and he's not even talking about this anyway. He's talking about Google, not YouTube, but
over 1 million.
They are owned by the same company, Alphabet, I think. So
views. It's just unbelievable. Why is it still on the net?
Because everyone wants to watch it.
There are advocates for
got all those
this
views.
type of explicit content is a safe place where people can live out their fantasies. But what happens if this fantasy is reinforced over and over?
You might end up having
Does
sex.
it no longer become unacceptable?
And when you do, you might say, "Oh, can you do my fantasy for me?" Like, over the time that I'm not going to, I don't know to get too saucy, but over the time that I've been an adult, I've had sex in lots of different ways, and been fortunate enough to have engaged in different kinds of, you know, sometimes a bit outside my ballpark, but whatever, like, you know, I just, there's nothing wrong with a healthy sex life.
Is this where child abusers start off?
No, no. I don't think child abusers start off watching regular porn and think, you know what, this is all right, but, you know, I wish they were younger. It's this porn that, no, actually, well, it wouldn't be that, would it? It'd be, this is all right, and then you'd watch it again and think, I don't know why I'm thinking this, but this isn't all right anymore. I need to be watching something more horrific. Like, I don't think that's the case. I think if you've got those proclivities, and I keep saying proclivities, well, I've said it 3 times now. I'm naughty, yeah. I'm not naughty. I'm just normal naughty, open-minded naughty. Like, go on then, get in there, naughty. You know, experience naughty. Alan's saying that people could watch normal porn and it could drive them into being a child predator, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think you're a child predator or not, and then if you are, you're into that shit on the internet. Like, you're on the funny websites, digging, you know, sending things through. Like, LimeWire is probably a good example of like what, like, probably they used to send things. I don't know if they did, like, but you know what I mean? Like, sending things through other networks, not looking at the normal websites. Like, you can't find that stuff on the normal websites.
They become child abusers.
What? Everyone watches porn. Everyone watches it. You established that at the start of this, and now you're accusing everyone of being a child abuser. It's gone in a weird, like, how was that? Remember, he made this as a documentary to make a point, and Alan, as a documentarian, has rambled his way through these things and dug himself a massive hole, and he's now, like, taken us down a fucking... Like, I thought the hole was bad, but there's a cave system. Like, what's going on?
Does it no longer become unacceptable?
What?
Is this where child abusers start off?
No. Child abuse will be unacceptable. Pornography's not going to make it acceptable. And nor should it. I don't even understand why you've thought that thought. It didn't ever occur to me that child exploitation would become acceptable, that porn could massage it into acceptability. That thought didn't cross my mind. Alan goes on about, do you remember recently, it's these thoughts that are in their mind. Scotty's probably the bad one, because he said this stuff and it's the thoughts that are in his mind. This is pure Alan that I'm reacting to. These are the thoughts that are in his mind, and none of us expected the idea that pornography would massage child exploitation into the mainstream. None of us expected that. Alan thought that up all of his own.
It's reinforced over and over. Does it no longer become unacceptable? Is this where child abusers start off? Is this how they become child abusers?
What is this image now that I'm seeing that this is starting to annoy me? Because I don't recognise this image necessarily from porn. I can't see the person's face, just their back. They're wearing a sporty sort of clothing. I think this is some sort of like fishnetty type thing. View gallery. I don't recognise that as a normal. I don't know where this is from, is what I'm saying. And now Alan's describing like these worst things that he's been finding. I don't know what he's been finding. Now he's going into this area. I don't know what he's been finding in his research. It's just getting really fucking dark.
How do we protect the vulnerable from
people
this?
like you, Alan? How do we protect the vulnerable from people like you?
Now that incest is one of the top genres in the porn world. And it's all over the
Yeah, but contextually I've explained it. You haven't, so you're making a big weird thing of it. But whilst I'm saying incest porn is not, that's not normal and like, obviously like the real deal stuff, no. But the normal porn star pretending to be someone's stepmom so they can get into a saucy encounter that some young, like, prepubescent person can attach their sexual desires into more easily, understandable.
internet. Admittedly, it's not real. It's to be legal. It's not real, obviously, but there is the dark web where it does exist. As you maybe grow into that.
So what are you saying? Like, if you want to go on the dark web and seek out actual incest porn, that is on you, Alan. That's not because Pornhub and Google are doing that. And for you to bring that up in this context is fucking weird. Like, if you're going to be doing a full investigation on, like, proper dark porn, we'll say, like, then, like, Alan's now the pedo hunters or some shit. Like, I don't need to explain this to you, do I? That this has gone fucking weird now, and he's revealing things that, like, you call it guilty knowledge when you're doing this sort of psychological analysis of these people, don't you? Guilty knowledge. Like, it's not that guilty knowledge, because most of us know that the dark web is the portal to the horrible things, but it doesn't fit his argument to bring it up here.
It's not real. It's to be legal. It's not real, obviously, but There is the dark web where it does exist. It's
a good point, Fiona. How would he know about the dark net? I mean, like I said, I know about it because I know about the internet. I grew up with it, so of course, I've bought weed off the dark web. But and the sites on like Silk Road and stuff, like, when you read about it, you're like, right, I'm going to go and find that and look at it. And Silk Road is like, it was in. I don't think it's still. Dread Pirate Roberts got taken down. He got proper arrested and all that. We'll look at that story one day. But while it was up Silk Road, you could literally go on the internet and search through. It had all the different drugs. It had counterfeit money. You could buy passports, credit cards. I even saw hitmen for hire. Right. I don't know, if you give people that amount of money they're asking and then hope that they do a kill for you, it's a bit of a weird one. I don't know how valid that would have been, but, there was all sorts of stuff on there, but not child exploitation and those things, because the people that run those marketplaces want to trade stuff on the marketplace. They don't want to be taken down for doing horrible, dirty, horrible things. Those things are on their own website somewhere else. And what I know of a little bit of research is that you get invited, like these people have their own circles, their own pedo rings, and they give people the invites. You don't just stumble across it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Looking for some weed on the dark
Deb
web.
sent tippies. I'm so naughty, finished cooking my curry, so catch you later. Big ups for my new green wig. Red heart hash, red heart
Thank
hash,
you very
red
much,
heart
Debs.
hash.
Enjoy the curry.
Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you.
you maybe grow into that.
You maybe grow into it. What do you mean grow into it?
It's not real. It's to be legal. It's not real, obviously, but there is the dark web where it does exist. As you maybe grow into that. Should it be on Google? Why do we let Google get away?
As you maybe grow into that. Without the word maybe, he says as you grow into it, as if it's a foregone conclusion, almost as if he's trod that path.
There is the dark web where it does exist.
Listen to the language.
As you maybe grow into that. Should it be on Google? Why do we let Google get away with it?
It's not on Google, you just said. You just said it was on the dark web.
I was shocked when I Googled these things. I must admit, none of them were illegal.
I must admit, I never looked at anything bad, nothing illegal. Of course, disclaimer now, at 15 minutes in. Fucking hell, Alan, close to the wind.
Racism on a mainstream porn site.
You just did racism in your own video here today. You said that black and transgender people were the worst possible thing you could think of.
You soon tumble on racist titles that...
You soon tumble on a racist title. He's getting his words mixed up because he's actually watching pornography while he's recording these voiceovers. He told us earlier.
promote unwarranted ethnic and racism on a mainstream porn site. You soon tumble on racist titles that promote unwarranted ethnic and racial stereotypes. I don't need to tell you what they are.
That black men have a big penis. He's saying that it's racist porn because the black men have big penises. You'll find, Alan, that most people in the pornography have big penises, unless you've got a specific... You could probably seek out small penis porn. Like, there's probably something, every kind. But I find it... maybe I'm wrong here, right? Maybe, I should talk to... I shouldn't represent the black community in my own opinion, but my guess is that the awful stereotype that black men have big penises is not the worst racism that black people encounter in their lives. I should think that most black people are not angrily, the Black Lives Matter movement and the George Floyd stuff and all that. I didn't remember seeing any placards saying black people also have regular sized and sometimes small penises. Stop this discrimination now. Then you have like Black Lives Matter, and we also sometimes have normal sized and even small genitalia t-shirts, did they? People marching, my willy small, my willy small, stop the discrimination now. Maybe I'm making a joke of this and I'm being terribly insensitive to the black community there, but it is a form of racism, I suppose, yes, much like Asians are smart, etc. Yeah, I guess you're right. But it's like, again, Asians are smart is also a kind of racism, I suppose, but not the worst, most intolerable kind of racism to be called smart. Unless people are being really mean about it, it's kind of like a. Can you have positive racism? It's kind of like a compliment. Maybe it forces you to have pressure to live up to an expectation that you can't live up to or something. But that's pornography in general, isn't it? Like I said, the white people have big penises too. Most people who work in the pornography industry have been selected because of their aptitude and blessing of nature. And if you like a different sort of thing, like you said, someone that campaigned for short man. I don't know what you mean by campaign. I don't. But if you like a particular other sort of thing, it's also available to you. No one's cross and angry on the porn thing, saying you have to watch the big penises. There's no porn police saying this penis is just not big enough. There's a spectrum. This video has been rated R, but R minus because the penis is just not big enough, so I'm going to have to reshoot that with a bigger penis, I'm afraid. What kind of pornography? Alan, one of the things he thought was the worst thing in the world was transgender, trannies. He was searching for trannies. I don't know how it works in that world, but... Anyway.
Blatant sexual titles,
Blatant sexual titles. It's pornography, Alan.
A lot of Oriental. No, I'm not even going to name them. But I did Google one or two. It's unbelievable. Millions of views. The racism in the industry is so pervasive it goes largely unnoticed.
Do you think he's jealous about the views? And I also think this racism thing, I don't think he's come up with this on his own. Do you think? I think he's probably found an article that says porn is racist and here's why. And he's picked up on that in some way. Or do you think he just thinks porn is racist? Do you think he just thinks it is? Do you think that's come off his head? Out of his head? Bastard racists. All this racist porn. And he's just said about Asians, he's got his thing from Thailand, hasn't he? His Thailand thing going on. So maybe he's into Thai porn as well. I don't know. I heard... Now listen, I think I'm alright. I think I'm happy with what I've got. I don't think I'm, about to break any records in the pornography scene, but I think I'm alright with what I've got. But one of my friends once said, it's not the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean. And I thought, don't say that in public anymore, mate, because they're going to think you've got a little winky. But I'm sure everyone can do their part.
They're very popular. Race is very popular.
Well, it depends what you're looking at.
Do people ever criticise racism?
Yes. People always criticise racism. Yes.
You ask a porn director racism using black in the title and stuff.
Well, no, using black in the title isn't racism, Alan. The way you used it earlier when you said, this is the worst thing you can find on the internet, that was racist because you gave it a negative connotation. But somebody being black is not negative. Like, some people seek it out as something they are attracted to in some way, maybe, and therefore it's got a positive connotation to them. So, and some people actually are black, and that's okay. So if someone said I'm black, then it's not that they're being racist on themselves. They just actually are black. They even put black in the title, which equals racism to Alan.
Racism using black in the title and stuff. And you'll get...
Emmy from Mars, tantric sex works it's like a yoga thing. So in yoga breathing, you get a rhythm to your breathing and movements. So you you breathe in and you breathe out and stretch and stuff like that. And tantric sex is basically you get on the old sex and you're not allowed to go at it. You're not, hey, slow the fuck down here. You calm the fuck down, You're not going at it. What you're doing is you're going, breathe in and do your pushy bit and then breathe out. And you've got to maintain this almost meditative, yogic cycle of movement and breathing. And obviously you're getting well wound up while you're doing that because you want to be doing the old sex, don't you? So it builds up and then you get all excited and The inevitable occurs. After a while, though, it takes a while.
The answer never even entered their head. There is a special category called interactal.
What? What, Alan?
There is a special category called interactal.
Interactal. Bear in mind he's on his creaky chair watching the... I assume he's still got the porno open on this while he's talking. He's getting interactal. Do you mean cam girls and you can pay them money and they do the things you ask them to? Or do you mean that on the dark web you can pay adults to do things to... look, apparently there's a special... I've never heard of interactal.
There is a special category called interactal, which says it all, really.
No, it doesn't. It's very mysterious.
It's so interesting that porn, that these things are normalised and wouldn't be tolerated anywhere. You wouldn't be able to say them on the internet. Why does porn get a free pass?
Well, you wouldn't be able to say... For example, you would be able to say someone is black, right? But you wouldn't be able to say, like, gang thing... Pum pum rockets. I'm trying to say porn words without saying porn words. You know, you wouldn't be able to say all the rude words everywhere on the internet for obvious reasons. So thankfully they keep it on the porn sites, and if you choose to go there, you're exposed to it. What's going on here?
Tolerated anywhere.
Big
You
ups,
wouldn't be able to
JJ
say
Kane.
them on the internet.
Big ups, JJ
Why
Kane.
does porn get a free pass to capitalise off this toxic content?
Because it's not toxic content, it is pornography. So it gets a free pass to capitalise off pornography because it is pornography. Like, McDonald's don't get a free pass to profit off pornography because they're McDonald's. They're a burger restaurant. So if they had pornography in the fucking... I'd probably visit more often, to be honest. But if they had pornography, well, no, it would be bad, wouldn't it? Because they do Happy Meals. So, like, if they had, if you had pornography going on in McDonald's, it would be bad. There'd be problems. They wouldn't have stand for it. Most of society would call it a problem. But for it to exist on a pornography site, they do get a free pass because they are a pornography site. So no one's cross about it. He seems really confused here.
That these things are normalised and wouldn't be tolerated anywhere. You wouldn't be able to say them on the internet.
I see what you're saying in chat, right? Once in the hairdressing salon, I was explaining I was explaining a sort of concept like that without trying to be crude, and I said, well, listen, length isn't everything, is it? You wouldn't want a pencil. Doesn't matter how long it is, you don't want a big long pencil.
Why does porn get a free pass to capitalise off this toxic content?
It's not toxic. You're toxic content, Alan.
Another popular one is teen.
And I don't want to bring them into it today in this one, but those nutters, they're toxic content. But what's happening now? This is This isn't Pornhub. This from just off the top of my head, I think this is. It's not. Is it XCN something videos, or it's a different Pornhub style website? I think I'm mainly aware of Pornhub and X videos, but there's like X something, like this is like another Pornhub type site.
Porn is extremely worrying because it glorifies teenagers,
Glorifies teenagers.
This is what's worse.
Now, you're going to have to deal with what I say here, right? But like, when someone's over the age of 18, like they can do this, and whilst it might be weird for like a 30-year-old to have an 18-year-old girlfriend, or like a 40-year-old, I'm 40 now, right? Now, when I was in my 20s, I would probably have been open to. I've said it before. If you're in the bar and you've got an ID and you can get served at the bar, then we can talk. Do you know what I mean? But now I'm 40, I probably wouldn't want to date a teenager. I think it would look a bit creepy. Not just look a bit creepy. I don't think I'd have the same interests and want to do the same things. So for me, it would actually be annoying, if you know what I mean. But with pornography, like, it's just fair. It's like, I don't want to say the Wild West, but like, if you've got an ID and you're over the age of consent and you can do what you want, then you can do pornography. Like, that's our society. So glorifying of teenagers is a weird way to put it, Alan. I think. I just, the more it goes on, the creepier he gets.
It's teenagers, you know. This is much worse. My study shows that they get girls that look younger, and they're the ones that get the most views.
Is that right? I don't know how you would find that. They get girls that look younger, and they're the ones that get the most views. Me personally, I'm gonna have to say I don't know about that. I don't like. Maybe it's because my choice of porn, whilst varied, is usually within the realms of normality, I would suppose. But if you're looking for the youngest kind of girls, Alan, you'd probably find them, wouldn't you? And you said the ones that got the most views were the racist ones, or you said the ones that got the most views were the incest ones. Now you're saying the ones that get the most views are the young girls ones. So you can't have, they can't all be the most views. It seems that your argument is the worst ones get the most views, and the worst ones are this one and this one and this one and this one. It almost feels like whatever he's been watching, whatever he's worried about being people seeing, maybe if they hack me they might find out. I'll say it all in this documentary and then they can never get me again. Like if someone accidentally drops their search history again in the future and it's like fucking young girls, incest, whatever. Well, that's what he was searching for, wasn't it? Mother licks cunt off daughter's face. That's incest and a young girl, isn't it? So he's justifying his own search here. Weird.
Again, I must stress, they're all totally legal. But Google allows this?
They're not all totally legal, Alan. You said that they were on the dark web and those ones aren't illegal. And we have to repeatedly say it's Google's fault. It's Google's fault. It's your fault, Alan. You searched for it. It's not Google's fault. And does Google allow this? I can't believe I'm having to say this one more time, but he keeps saying it, and it's annoying as fuck. Google did not choose what goes on the HTML. They search through it because you asked them to, and they bring it to you. Google does not control the internet. They're just a search engine.
Does this provide the link in the growing chain of...
And you even looked for a different search engine so that you could search for it on a different search engine because maybe you had your safe search on. I don't know. Like, what?
Sex trafficking.
Hang on.
Does this provide the link in the growing chain of sex trafficking?
Why has he brought that up? Don't do this to me, Alan. The black room and the black bed and the lights and the retina burn and the thing that we're worried about. Why you talk about it? Meow.
From the Trafficking and Violent Protection Act. Sex trafficking in which commercial sex is induced by force, fraud or coercion.
He's looked up.
Or a person is induced to perform is not even 18.
He's looked up the law about forcing someone to perform who's not 18, which has no real bearing on really what he's been saying. He's talking about Google and the search engines and what's prevalent on Pornhub, and now he's looked up what's legally allowed to be done and what the penalty is for forcing someone under the age of consent to do sex acts and film them. So this is horrible.
Is these sort of films making this a growing industry in the real world?
The Elizabeth Smart story is a warning to all parents that they must add some sort of tracker to stop porn on their children's computers.
Now, Google hasn't banned those. They might ban me for talking about crime, but they don't ban the porn sites who admittedly are not illegal. It's all role playing, but it's still pretend incest, pretend violence to women, pretend rape, all this stuff.
This guy has made this video 2 years ago, right? I'm not really making it about the truth this today, but I'm gonna have to get on my fucking soapbox about this one more time. I was going pretendy wanky or messing about, you know, singing the song. He's sending kids to America. I did a Gary Glitter song in honour of Alan because he was going to do karaoke. Alan can do this at karaoke. Do you want to be in my gang, my gang? Look at what I'm doing with my hand. Like, it's not fucking anything bad. Like, they're all like, oh, Scott's gone over the line. Scott's gone over the line. What the fuck is going on? I don't want to have to defend Alan, but he's gone over the line by pretending to masturbate, and he's gone over the line by, you know, saying, I'll be your daddy now. Alan made this video 2 years ago in response to being caught out for his search history revealing Mother Lick's cun off daughter's face. Mother Lick's, does that say cun? He said it was research.
Gorier names to see what there is on the net.
And then that's the same defence as this known SO. Same defence. But this guy got sent down for it. I can't believe they're like eggy about me messing about, and this reality of this man is out there on the internet like this. And it, like, even when I still have my clothes on, you're right, Fiona, but like, even when I lift them up like that and mess about with my sexy tummy, like, it's nowhere, like, all the outrage and this shit is on his channel still to this day. And I have not been shown this. Like, I know they've done a lot of good work in that community of exposing a lot of the Alan stuff, and I'm lucky that I get to see some of their stuff and just be able to rip off it now. Like, they're like, oh, you just come along, all of a sudden you don't know anything. I've spent hours and hours talking to people behind the scenes. Some of you chuffers that accuse me of not knowing anything from that community. I spent hours and hours researching it and conducting interviews, and like hours and hours talking to people from different perspectives, looking into things, right? This hasn't come up. I mean, the Mother Lick's daughter cunt thing came up. That's recording videos. But he made this other video, and he's been doing and saying this. And like, people are like, oh, you did the Smule thing, and you showed his Smule account, and he didn't necessarily sing with those kids, and you can't definitely say he's a pedo. And I didn't definitely say he's a pedo. I said, this is what Smule's like. Loads of pedos are on Smule. Here's the evidence for that. This is Alan's account. This is what his account's got on it. I don't like it. It makes me feel queasy. What do you think? I even categorically said he's not a paedophile. I've got no evidence he's a paedophile. I'm not trying to say he's a paedophile. I'm saying this is all bad for Alan. This was in existence. This existed. They didn't all go, like, they all said about, oh, you used to do that agency thing. Yeah, we got that screenshot from the agency. I know they got on that. Good. Well done. Like, you know, big ups Val. Big ups Val. But also I'm shocked that this is like, I'm discovering this in this way, and like this in itself is just the fucking worst thing I've ever seen on the internet that anyone's ever done on their own channel ever. Like, it's basically Alan's self-admission that he's been looking at all the worst things on the porn websites and had to go further into the dark, like, in his own words, further into the dark web, maybe grown into it. This one's not a laugh a minute, this one's just gone fucking savage. And I've got to push on and get to the Ted Bundy bit, because of course in just 2 minutes Alan runs out of things to say and just edits in an interview with Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is a serial killer. It has no bearing on any of this. And Alan uses it to fill out a full 47 minutes. But he's only got 17 minutes of his own content. In true Alan fashion. I don't know why he would do that. That's offensive in itself. But this has gone so far down the dark hole. It's incredible. Alan's own self-incrimination video
Is there. And they thrive.
So, what does porn impact? Body image? Yeah. Look at those girls who are better looking than me. My husband wants her.
You're not a girl.
Relationship satisfaction? Yeah. Does it mean there's going to be more?
Also, he said girls, not women. And what he's doing now is he's got, again, like he's opened up some video from a this may or may not be sponsored by some group that has an iron in the fire here, but he's got up some like porn addiction helpline video thing, and he's ripping their content. They're probably a charity or something, and he's just ripping their content, using it on his thing just to sort of bolster his thing. And he hasn't done any, like, remember, this whole thing was supposed to be a documentary that he was making, that he'd done research for.
In this film.
Off Dahoter's face.
So I was formulating this film and putting it together.
Formulating a film and putting it together. So I don't know if Alan works like the rest of us, but what you do is a research phase where you gather as much materials. It could be articles, it can be, you know, videos, it can, you know, YouTube videos, it can be like really scrapbooky, you know, it's like mood boarding. Get as much pieces of information about the topic, and then you find your way into the story. So then you start to write down, like literally write down, like beginning, middle, end, where we want to sort of go with this, what we're trying to say, some of the principal characters that we want to involve, like documentary style. You might not be meeting people if you're just sitting at home, but you can still gather footage from these different areas maybe. You know, you write a sort of script, don't you? You write your, in this way that Alan's describing, you're constructing an argument against pornography. So you're going to be investigating academic opinions about pornography, maybe testimony from people who have been through the industry and come out the other side wounded in some way. Maybe you're going to be investigating religious perspectives against pornography. You know, constructing your arguments. Me personally, I'm not against pornography. I'd argue the other side. And of course, if you're going to be doing this story, you need to tell the other side too and say why they're, like, you call it steel manning an argument. A lot of the time with these nutters and me, they straw man me and say, he said this and I didn't say it, so why are you arguing with me? I said what you said. Like, Alan did that, you know, like, Alan agreed with some of the things I said on my video, but made it seem like I hadn't said them. Straw manning, constructing an argument that it doesn't exist so you can beat it up. Steel manning would be their argument, give me the strongest argument, give me the best, strongest argument you've got. I'll tell it, I'll explain it, and then I'll prove why it's bollocks. So steel manning it is give me your best, and then we'll talk about your best proper argument. So in this, you'd have to do the other side as well for a proper documentary, wouldn't you? You'd have to steel man it by saying, well, pornography can also be seen as really healthy and XYZ, and, you know, all the things I've been saying over the time that we've been listening to this. So you'd put that together, you'd have to gather material for the visual bit, and you'd read your script and, you know, include your interviews that you've got. I don't think Alan's done that.
So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names to see what there is on the net.
What you did was you were Googling some porn. It's not I was doing some research. It's not like you, like, because if you were doing some research, you would start at, as I said, probably academic stuff, wouldn't you? Oh, I probably did that the day before, though. It's just today I needed a particular look at a particular video just to confirm something. Like, what are you on about, Alan? You were doing research, so you just, in between looking up Internet Explorer and the betting website and Netflix, you looked at some porn. It's not research, is it, Alan?
And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research?
There's been some rumours about AD.
It's not research, is it? Let's all grow up round here. Because this is just some bollocks off a leaflet that you've edited in at the end to just like fill out some time.
Sex trafficking crime.
And you're bringing up sex
Less
trafficking.
understanding of consent. Men's ability to get aroused. Women's ability to get aroused.
Less understanding about consent. It can open up conversations, hopefully, about, you know, like, I'm actually surprised. I did see some videos recently about modern youth. I say recently, in the last, like, you know, 3 or 4 years, about like teaching young people what consent was, and I was like, I can't believe they need to be taught this. Like, how is this conversation not getting through to the people? Like, how do they not know, like, what's wrong with our society that they're confused about that? You know, make sure that she has said yes before you put your winky inside of her. Thank you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just weird in my opinion, we're like, big ups Andy. Sorry if I wasn't chatting to you today. Andy, you're cool. Big ups Andy. Have a good night.
That's what it can impact. What about your sexual health? Your mental health? Your friendships? How you see people? How does it relate to your partner? How does it relate to sexual assault?
This looks like propaganda. Like, left to your own devices with the internet, you can get up to all sorts of shit and you can feel all sorts of things. But with, I'm saying parental guidance. I'm not saying like, you know, my dad told me what videos to watch and taught me how to jerk it. Like, I'm not saying that, but with proper parental guidance and a good social environment, you don't have to like turn into some fucking psychotic Kuma. Like, you can have a healthy sex life and engage with it through your interaction with pornography. It doesn't have to, you know, turn you into some gurgling coom freak, does it? Like,
what does it do to your brain?
I actually think that masturbation is healthy, and that if you didn't clean your pipes as a gentleman, that'd probably be worse, wouldn't it? And like, if you're a woman and you didn't enjoy, like, or it doesn't matter about gender, like if you didn't enjoy feeling good, like why don't you enjoy feeling good? Like, it'd be like the knock-on thought would be, right, if porn's not good, if the depiction of people having human interaction in that way is not good, maybe the human interaction should be just behind closed doors and we shouldn't talk about it. You know, maybe sex should not be talked about or seen in polite society. Like, that's a big step backwards, isn't it? Like, that's pre-hippie days. Like, I think they worked this out in the 60s. Like, it's okay to be like human and to talk. If you don't, then you have loads of other problems. Like, Alan wants to take us back to Victorian England to prove that he didn't jerk off over Mother Licks daughter off.
The armchair detective's looking for in today's film.
No, if you spend too much time on porn consumption, you're going to get depressed, anxious, stressful, and have social problems.
Yeah, but if you don't ever watch porn ever, you possibly also might become depressed, anxious, and have social problems. Who's he talking to anyway? Like, this video, remember, he said at the start of this video, and it was a while ago because I've really dug deep on this one. But a while ago he said that the conversation he was about to have was difficult because most of the people who watch this video will be women. And he means American women over the age of a certain age, because it's him and his channel. But if that's the case, Alan, explaining to them that if they sat and watched too much porn, they might be antisocial and depressed. Like, that's a funny message to be leaving them with before we move on to Ted Bundy. But now we have to move on to Ted Bundys for a minute. I'm not going to watch all the Ted Bundys, but...
What about the even darker side of porn, where it leads to murder and violent
It doesn't...
criminals?
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean the darker side of porn that leads to murder and violent criminals? I don't remember watching any pornography ever that has led to a murder. I mean, maybe... No... Has a porn star ever murdered somebody? Like, it's not my fault if they've done a murder like outside of the world of the video I watched them in. Is it? Like, I don't remember watching any pornography that led to a violent murder. I really don't like the way you've tied that in. I think it's fucking weird.
Depressed, anxious, stressful, and have social problems.
What about the even darker side of porn, where it leads to murder and violent criminals? There's simply no way to know if watching pornography gives someone a motivation to rape, murder, or kill.
There is some way to know. We're all fucking watching it, and we're not all doing that. So you can infer by the fact that society is not fucking Mad Max and the Thunderdome. In fact, they didn't do any of that in the Thunderdome, really, did they? Like, Tina Turner was the boss, and they didn't take any shit. She didn't take any shit. But, like, you know, it's not... We're not living like Lord of the fucking Flies here. There was no... I'm trying to think of an analogy. I can't remember any media that I've consumed where, you know, that was the prime narrative drive. I watched a really fucking horrific film called Irreversible once that features a really long scene in the middle, which is just, you know, not what you want to be watching. it's a Hollywood, it's not like a bad film, like a sex film. It's a Hollywood film, bad sex film. You see, now I'm saying it. Snuff, yeah. Alan's into like. He's told us in this that he'd searched out all the worst things because he needed to look at them and see how popular they were, and he's told us that he's interested in his investigation, interested in the worst kind of porn that leads people to murder. And so, am I to assume 2 and 2 making 4 that he's watching the worst kind of porn where people murder? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Because you can't set up a study. You can't take 50
away,
19-year-olds,
I'm busy on the
divide them
internet.
into
Go away,
two
the door's
groups,
open.
make one watch porn and the other one not, and see how it affects them. It's just not unethical. You can't do it.
Hang on, wait, what did you say?
Because you can't set up a study. You can't take...
Yes, okay, so what you're saying is it would be unethical to study on humans, but he doesn't know anything about the ethics of social study and experimentation in that way. He's not, educated on Milgram or Cohen, and like he didn't know about the pit of despair. Like, I'm pretty sure he's not aware of this stuff. Like, ethics have been talked about and understood. What you could do is you could take you could take a control group of, I don't know, like Amish people. Let me guess, Amish people don't consume as much porn as the average American teenager. An Amish teenager where they're restricted from technology, they don't have a mobile phone, and they're not watching the internet. Like, that's one of the features of that, and they've got the religious thing going on. I imagine they still jerk it, or maybe they don't. Maybe God's watching and you're not supposed to. I don't know. But you'd get a control group like that who, because of some facet of their society and the way they live, weren't consuming pornography, and then you get, but it wouldn't work as a pure control because they've all got this other social thing going on around them as well. But you could do it that way, or you could just do self-reporting questionnaires. Do you consume porn, yes or no? And then people would write it in, and then okay, now we've got 100 people who don't and 100 people who do. There's our two groups. There might be people out there. You're saying that it's impossible. You can't lock them in a room and force them to watch porn and then lock them in another room and see if they do a murder. Yeah, obviously not that. You can't clockwork orange them, can you? You can't give them the old clockwork orange, my Groody. I used to love a bit of the old Ludwig van Bee. They've ruined that for me now.
50 19-year-olds, divide them into two groups, make one watch porn and the other one not, and see how it
Make one watch porn.
affects them. It's just not unethical. You can't do it. So we can only go by others.
You could literally do that. It wouldn't be unethical. You wouldn't make them watch it. You would ask them if they want to participate in the study, and people would volunteer to do it. So then it wouldn't be unethical for them to watch porn at 19. So you totally could do that. And you could say to the other group, for the purposes of our study, please do not consume any porn. Are you up for doing that? And then you could study it after a period of 6 months or whatever. Maybe not the rest of their life. You've got to put a finite limit on it. But you totally could do that study.
Studies like, does seeing a chocolate bar on a TV make you want to buy that chocolate bar? Yeah, of course it.
Alan is confused here. He's now asserting that the mechanisms of advertising. Advertising uses sex to sell you things. But Alan's saying if you see a chocolate bar on television, I assume he means advertising. He doesn't mean if I literally see one. Have I got anything I can hold up as an example? Well, here is a bottle of orange squash. Right, I must drink this now. I've seen it. So I want that now. Of course, I don't have my own taste and desires based on my own taste. I've seen a chocolate bar. Chocolate bar for me now. Chocolate bar for me. What if I don't like the particular brand of chocolate bar? It doesn't matter. I have to have chocolate bar now. Advertising obviously works to psychologically manipulate you. Pornography is not trying to psychologically manipulate you into liking a particular kind of pornography. Right? That's not happening. They're offering lots of different pornography and you're seeking out the kind that you like. So if you don't want a chocolate bar and one comes up on the adverts, that's one thing. But if a sexy woman comes up on the adverts and you feel the urgent desire to have sex with her like she's an object, then there's something wrong with you rather than and socially, it could be a social aspect that's, you know, it's been taught you in the wrong way, but your interaction with women or, you know, people is down. This is the narcissist speaking, of course. The narcissist sees people as objects that they can, like, their utilities. Narcissist sees people as, remember, narcissists see others as objects, not human beings. So everyone in their social sphere is seen as something to use. They're like a resource. So this is the confusion of the narcissist explaining this problem here. I see that sexy, I'm saying woman, he might say girls. And in my normal mind, I'm, you know, thinking of them as a human being with desires, dreams, you know, as a human being, empathizing with their feelings. Alan doesn't do that empathizing with the feelings bit. He doesn't even consider the feelings. He's like, nice bum, could want to sex that. So, and like, a lot of people would accuse men in general of doing this, of having this, like, you know, you're just dick-led. But, you know, in reality, we're not that bad. But for Alan, it is that, like, a chocolate bar. He likened seeing pornography and humans having sex to the visual of a chocolate bar in an advert. I want to eat that, that's mine now, chomp chomp crunchy. She's sexy, right, shaggy, that's that, shaggy. Is there something wrong with you? I don't know. Yeah, I think I've made that point quite clearly, haven't I? Alan objectifies people in this way, and so his idea is that you would look at something on pornography and say, right, that's interesting. I like what I've seen there. Now I'm going to go out and get myself a person and do it to them. It's a different, like, if you had, like I was talking about popping balloons earlier or something, you know, if I'm not a balloon fetishist, so I don't get the wrong idea here, but if balloons, I'm just going to use it because it's a clean conversation that we can have without some weird, you know, I don't have to say anything weird. Well, balloons can be, anyway, look, no, internet's not going to beat me off for talking about balloons. If balloons were your thing, right, and sorry, what he's saying is balloons might not be your thing, but you watch a balloon video and you have to get yourself some balloons, start popping the balloons, yeah? Oh, I lost my train of thought slightly then.
And the other one not, and see how it affects them. It's just not unethical. You can't do it. So we can only go by other studies, like, you know, does seeing a chocolate bar on a TV make you want to buy that chocolate bar? Yeah, of course it does.
All right, Minky. The objectification here, the idea that, okay, that's it. So a normal person here would say, like, let's say I've seen the balloon video on YouTube and I didn't know I like balloons, and I've seen it now, not on YouTube, on Pornhub. So then what I do is I engage in a relationship. Maybe I, you know, date someone who blows balloons up for a living or something, I don't know. But I engage in a relationship, and at some point I say, like, I'm quite into this balloon stuff. Would you like to engage in balloon play too? Like, can we get the balloon play on the go? What do you think about balloons? It's my thing. Like, you know, it's not my, don't know, I don't want to, this is probably, I shouldn't be talking about this, but you would engage in a relationship on a peer-to-peer equals level in some way, discuss it, then engage in the act. But what Alan's saying is he would see the balloon play and think, oh, I quite like that, right, I need to get myself some balloons and a woman, and right, now we're doing it. Like, you're just as much an object as the balloon is to Alan. He's not going to ask you what you think about balloons and whether you'd like to do balloon. Like, it's like, I just need someone to do the balloons too. You see what I mean? Like, if I'm making that sense. It's proven out. It's narcissistic behaviour, so I would 100% guess this would be what's happening. And it's borne out by the fact he said it's just the same as other studies, like if you see a chocolate bar you want, eat. So it completely objectified you down to the point of something you can literally consume. If you are in Alan's spectrum of sexual deviance, you are something he can consume.
That's why companies spend millions on adverts on your telly. You only need 6 seconds in your brain to go and buy something you've seen, a special chocolate bar. Or for me, like carrot cake, you know? It's just the way, we know how the brain works. But people refuse.
We don't really know how the brain works. Like, we haven't got that all mapped out, Alan. And you certainly don't know what's going on in your brain. I'm not, I don't know if balloonophile, I don't know if that's the word for it, but I'm certainly not. So please, it was just I was trying to use I worry about this because I know what goes on in chat. I know it turns into a fucking meme. And, you know, 6 years down the line, I'll be having balloons sent to my house for birthday parties in the shape of giant cocks or something.
Used to believe watching violent films or violent porn could turn them to go and do that. Of course there's a link.
Oh, of course there's a link.
Of course there's a link.
Alan's sorted. Don't worry about the science and the studies and the arguments and the sociology and the media studies, and don't worry about any of that. Of course there's a link. And Alan is now, remember the start of this is Alan got busted for Motherlick's cunt off daughter's face. Now Alan is able to point the finger at wider society, everyone else. Google is involved, they're bad. And he's turned it into an anger. Like, the people he's trying to manipulate, the ladies in his chat who like, oh, these sick people with the sick porn, they're all evil, sick, bad porn. I see you in chat with the balloon she chuffers. Sick, bad porn people. Not sick, bad Alan. I'm doing it to me because I'm empathising, but I don't mean me, I mean Alan. Not bad Alan. It's not that Alan's bad. If you remember 20 minutes ago, it was mother lick cunt off daughter. No, it's not that. It's the internet's bad because you could watch a fucking porn video and go out and do a murder. The sick bastard Google. Sick Google. Alan's trying to save the world. And if it wasn't for Alan, all the children would be getting fucking dragged off into vans and people would be popping balloons in the street. You know, it just... How has he turned it into this fucking weird charade that he is in some way St. George and Batman rolled into one, come to save the world from all the sick, horrible porno people after he got caught searching mother licks cunt off daughter's face? It baffles belief. The way he's reversed the roles, like, it's Darvo it was called, isn't it? Darvo. Stands for deny, attack and reverse victim and offender. This is what Alan does. He denies it first, but then later on he actually can't get out of it and the denial has to be dropped. Attack is the next step. When the denial has to be dropped, he starts attacking. And to attack, he reverses the victim and the offender. So now, whatever it was that you were saying he's done, he's saying you're doing it, or the rest of others. He's the victim now, and you're the offenders, and that's exactly what he's done here. Alan, mother licks cunt off daughter's face is pretty bad. Yeah, you're telling me I'm bad, right? Well, everyone else around the society and everywhere else, they're all bad and disgusting. Google and the internet. It's not my fault. Attack. It's time to be angry at everyone else.
Watching any pornography will mean the consumer is more likely to use drugs or alcohol and
What?
stuff like that.
No, you can't. Again, unless you've got these control groups that you said you can't possibly have, and here you can't necessarily test this so easy. I would necessarily state that most people have watched pornography, so you can't say that those that watch it end up doing drugs and whatever. Most people have watched pornography. Most people do some sort of drugs or drinking, I would say. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's just that there's an overlap. Like, watching pornography doesn't turn you into a druggie. This is fucking weird.
Just is. As many as 33 different studies found exposure to non-violent and violent porn increases aggressive behaviour, including
I don't know about that. As many as 33. It seems like he's reading it from somewhere. He needs to citation needed. That's citation needed. Because it might be they have, or it might be that the evangelical church really hates pornography and they've commissioned 33 studies and they, lo and behold, they say that it's bad. Like, you need citation needed to show the validity.
Raining again. I couldn't
Big
be
ups, what the
happier.
hen.
What he and sent tippies. Big hug Chuffy. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. You're getting the kisses off Riley Reid there. And I just wanted to say another big shout out to Stargazing, who is, I think she's good, and she's cross at me because I made a joke that I suppose was at her expense, but I didn't realise it sounded so bad. So I apologise for it, because I don't mean it. Like, there's no badness behind it, so I can't apologise for badness being behind it, because there isn't any. But I apologise for the, you know, I'm not saying I apologise for your perception of it. I'm not wrong. I apologise for saying it and you being upset. So sorry about that.
Violent fantasies. You know, violent fantasies lead to serial killing.
What?
I'm going to use Ted Bundy as our example.
You're going to use Ted Bundy because you want to put half an hour of his interview in. I'm going to let him speak for a bit. I'm going to have a quick bathroom break, and then we'll finish in the park with Alan.
Listen to Ted.
Gambling, there was no physical abuse or fighting in the home. I'm not saying this was Leave It to Beaver.
It wasn't a perfect home.
Well, no, I don't know that such a home exists, but it was a fine, solid Christian home, and nobody, I hope no one will try to take the easy way out and to try to blame or otherwise accuse my family of contributing to this, because I know, and I'm trying to tell you as honestly as I know how, what happened, and I think this is the message I want to get across. But as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12, 13, certainly, that I encountered outside the home again, in the local grocery store, the local drugstore, the softcore pornography, what people call softcore. But as I think I explained to you last night, Dr. Dobson, in an anecdote, that as young boys do, we explored the back roads and sideways and byways of our neighborhood, and oftentimes people would dump the garbage and whatever they were cleaning out of their house, and from time to time we'd come across pornographic books of a harder nature than more graphic, you might say, more explicit nature than we would encounter, let's say, in your local grocery store. And this also included such things as, let's say, detective magazines and...
Detective magazines. I don't know what Ted Bundy was finding in the bins around the way where he lived when he was a kid. I don't know what his neighbours were doing with extreme hardcore pornography just thrown out by the bins where the kids play. Like, maybe he's got some worse problems with his neighbours than the fact they were throwing that out, because you have to live next door to them and they might be messing with you. Like, Ted Bundy, right, is not a good example of what pornography does to society, because he didn't even have the internet. He was a full nuttis. He did a load of murders, like serial killer. You can't... That has to be thrown completely in the bin, whatever Ted Bundy says. It's got no bearing on any of this. And Alan did, right? He did 18 minutes of his own, and the rest of the video there for the other 47, so more than 20 minutes of Ted Bundy's insanity.
No more.
So there we have it, a strange conundrum, really.
Conundrum.
You can't talk about these taboo subjects.
You can, you just did, I did.
They're freely available on Google and watched by millions. It's time to expose it, it's time to talk about it, it's time to see if there's any more Ted Bundys, budding Ted Bundys being formed from these terrible movies.
How are we going to see that?
Tackles the subject. AD had to look at the data.
When AD tackles a subject, AD has to look at the data and also all the pornography.
AD has no illegal films.
AD has no illegal films. Now, textual analysis on that, it's quite important. This sounds like a lie, and I can tell you why. Because the strange statement, AD, like, he's talking about himself in the third person. He's giving himself a false name, AD. Not. Normally you'd say, I don't have any illegal films. That's the normal way you'd say that. You wouldn't put other dressy words around, and if you're telling the truth, just like, do you have any illegal films? No, I don't have any illegal films. And that's as simple as that. But AD has no illegal films. Honestly, check out the McCann's Embedded Confessions video and check out all the, I'm telling you, I don't want to go too heavy on body language analysis and statement analysis on this really, but that sounds fucking off to me. AD has no illegal films. What about you, Alan? Do you have any illegal films? How about, like, I have none illegal films. What do you mean none? None as in some? No, none as in none. I have none. Yeah, it's a really weird way to say it. I could dig deeper on that.
I looked at was on
But
Google.
I have been awake all night. And if you want me to get into citation needed to, like, I'd like to citation bang that one home and make sure I know what I'm talking about there and say it right. Look out for that in the future. I might make it a short. AD has no illegal films. I might get Steve on in that as well. Like, if you psychoanalyze that one statement, if you analyze that one statement in terms of lies and statement analysis, it really is a standout problem.
AD had to look at the data. AD has no illegal films. Everything I looked at was on Google, freely available.
But you just said that Google was awful because it let you have access to all the worst things on the internet. So just now using Google as a defense, everything I looked at was on Google. After I spent 20 minutes ripping Google to shreds, it's like you can't now bring it in as your defense.
The dark web is another story. We'll do that another time. But for now, I want your opinion. Do you want AD to continue the study into the link between porn, violence, murder,
Do you want AD to continue? That's a weird thing to ask them at the end. Because what he's asking them is, please tell me that I don't have to do any more of this. Please tell me you love me now and that I'm all forgiven and everything's okay and that you don't believe I'm a weird sex murderer because of my horrible search. And I won't have to do any more videos like this. And they've obviously said, no, I don't want any more videos like this. We'll check the comments in just a second. But he said that he was doing research and he said that he wanted to get people from his stream on and talk about their experiences and that he was going to do interviews and documentary. That was the whole purpose of this video. So at the end to say, and do you think I should carry on maybe or no? Maybe no. Should I just leave it? Maybe we don't have to do any more of this. What? How can you possibly ask that? You've got all these plans that you're putting into action that you've been researching and episodes coming up. You said it was going to be a series and that there was going to be people on the... How can you bow out of it quietly at the end there like that? And by the way, it's not really happening as a series by... Like, what a pathetic loser. What a fucking weirdo.
serial killers. I think it's an important subject that's not talked about. Here at Armchair Detective, we push the barriers. But I'm going to be guided by you, sir.
That's ridiculous. All the things that you said were out of newspaper articles and stuff that you talked about. There was leaflets from charities. The conversation is and has been had, like, more times than Riley Reid. Way. But sorry for the bad joke. the conversation is and has been had. You know, Alan is trying to now say that he's some sort of... Again, before Alan, we had this problem with sex on the internet, and then all of a sudden Alan's come along, spotted it. Oh, I see what's going on here, everyone. Don't know if you all noticed, but maybe you need AD to intervene. Like, no, AD, you can fuck off, you nutter, Alan Vinnicombe. You can fuck off. We've got this. Thanks for your fucking nutty... What have you been watching? Alan, that's not normal like everyone else. Can somebody get his hard drives?
Do you want to find out the truth? Or not?
About what?
Please don't.
Your internet history. Your search. That's what we want to find out the truth about, Alan. That was the whole purpose of, you know...
My important Google search into something it's not. Please don't turn my important Google search into something it's not.
Please don't turn my important Google search into something it's not. So that's what this has all been about then. You weren't really doing a documentary and investigate. Please don't turn my... It's a full manipulation, and at the end drive the point home that you really want to make. Don't turn my important internet search. Mother licks cun off daughter's face. Don't turn my important internet search. Mother licks... Does that say cun? Cun? Obviously I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off turd's face. Don't turn that into something it's not.
This is an important documentary.
This is an important documentary, he says. No, it's not. It's a load of old bollocks and pork scratchings that you grunted together on the fly to try and make yourself look better than fucking weird and creepy. And instead, it's worked the opposite way.
And it's time to safeguard the children and young people amongst us. Thank you. Reach out to AD if you want to come on the programme and tell us your experiences.
What? You said that you'd ask them if they want to do it or not. Now, reach out to me. This is the worst bit of it. Could you imagine? Because we now know, as well, in hindsight, he didn't make any more episodes. So God help anyone who reached out to AD to detail their worst experiences with pornography and sex. If you've got any... By the way, if today's episode's troubled you in any way, you know... Me personally, I've not got any direct advice because I don't know where the helpline is for, you know, these sort of things, but I'm sure there is one. For Alan, it's contact him directly and tell him your stories. If you've got any photos as well, he'll have them. Like, what?
Thank you. Reach out to AD if you want to come on the programme and tell us your experiences about porn or how you've been mistreated because of it. If we can save one person, that would be a start.
That would be a start. Because no one else is working on this, Alan. You know, at the moment, everyone that's hurt by porn in the world is just having to walk around like, love is stronger than shame. What a weird message to leave at the end. Like, just to take somebody else's graphic as well and just plonk it on there. That'll work. That'll tug at the old heartstrings at the end and make them think AD's a good guy. Like, I really before I was all like, oh, I don't care if Nancy gives him money and whatever. Like, you know, these idiots in his chat are going to be idiots, aren't they? Potato's going to potato, idiot's going to idiot. Like, this, though, if you fall for this, if that works on you, you are a special kind of idiot. I used to get cross with live, love, laugh written on the wall. I think it might be seen as a bit naff these days to have live, love, laugh written on the wall or whatever, but like this feels like that level of like how can this work as manipulation? Hey, love is stronger than shame. If you can help, we might be able to save one person. Alan, you're not going to save anyone except yourself. The one person you want to save is yourself. And you want to save yourself from looking like a fucking creepy... You've done it. You've made it worse. You've talked about worse things than Mother Licks Daughter Off. You've made it worse with this. I didn't think it would. I thought it'd be funny. I thought he'd talk about sex and get all weird about it and we could have a laugh. I didn't realise he was going to say that black people and trans like, they're hate slurs. Again, what is this truther community doing? The rest of them, how have they not reported this for hate slurs? How has this not been a violation of YouTube's terms of service? I've got no idea. This is a concoction of violations. And it's red flagged all the way. Like someone said in chat the other day, and big ups whoever said this, I'm sorry I don't remember your name. I obviously would if you'd said, oh, it's me. I would say, oh, it's you, yeah. But someone said so many red flags you can sell them to communist China. This was bad. This was bad. Big up stargazing. Have we got stargazing in chat or no? Because I kept shouting them out. I made a joke the other day. I said, I'm not going to say the joke again because it's not nice if they don't like it. And I was only making a joke, but I think they really didn't like it. They got the wrong end of the stick. Well, it's not that they got the wrong end of the stick. It's that I made a stick and that's not very nice. So it's my fault. And I'm sorry about it. I keep saying it. Yeah, we're going to finish now with a bit of mental... Like, you know what I need? I need some mental break after that. That was awful, though. 3 hours 40, we've done good. This is an hour and a half, so we're not going to watch all of this. But this is more comedic narcissism. Maybe I don't want to finish it on this, actually. Maybe I want to finish, you know, leaving him looking creepy. Maybe we come back to the park another day. I don't know. Maybe we all need a bit of a mental break, so maybe we...
Alright, I think you might do Roy Orbison or something. He's got a guitar, honestly. You ready? I don't know his name. Let's call him Elvis.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
It's got to be nearly 15 years, isn't it?
I mustn't talk to him.
Every time I look in the mirror, it's got to be at least that.
So Alan went to his local park, right, and they were doing this sing-song thing. He's got the people in his chat there, look. He's got his chat there. He's obviously got no fucking friends. Everyone else is with their friends and family at the, you know, tables and that. As you saw, he was rolling around on the ground on his own.
I hope you can see me. Live in the park, love from the park.
What's he up to on his own? Rolling around on his own. No friends down the park.
I'm going to do a new one.
He's very quiet.
And
1990.
anyone heard of a guy called Ed Sheeran?
Ed Sheeran. Yeah, Ed Sheeran. He's going to do Ed Sheeran. He's going to do Ed Sheeran.
And classic Alan.
A guy called Andrea Bocelli.
Oh, Bocelli, yes.
He's your hair, right, Alan? Classic Alan. He's going to be cadging this content off someone else.
This is a duet.
This guy's doing all his singing, and Alan is just going to be... He's live broadcasting. This is a bit cheeky, isn't it? Right? These guys are doing their live performance.
It's
They're proper
raining
performers.
again. I couldn't be happier.
What Ian sent tippies.
Thanks, what
Scotty,
then?
you're a good chuffer.
Thanks.
Keep staying true to yourself. Get some ZZZ.
Yeah, I'm going to have a nice
Super
chill
chuffer
evening.
owes 3 hugs.
I plan to walk the dog and watch a film. I haven't watched a film for ages, and I just think it'd be nice to sit on the sofa and just chill this. They were doing a Pride event in Stratford today, and I might have walked down, but I stayed up all night instead. Now I feel like, you know, walking around in the town would be a bit beyond me, but I should have gone down and taken the camera and just been a bit cheerful. But so Alan's basically broadcasting their performance without asking them. He will go and ask this man in a second, and we're going to look at that. But isn't it just like Alan? He's at the park. He's got no friends, but it's an opportunity to rebroadcast somebody else's work and get some views out of it. And the people in his chat are all like, "Oh, thanks for taking us, Alan. Thanks for having us with you. Like, oh, I love this song." Like, it's an old man at the park, and he's got his phone out, and he's got no mates, and he's rolling around on the floor drinking beers, and they've got the singing on, and he's robbing it from them. But to his credit, and we will credit this,
Come on, put your hands together.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Ladies
I'm
and
gonna talk to
gentlemen.
him.
We're lining up in the second half. It's a party.
he does actually give the fella some money. But
Party in a second.
In the meantime, I'll put some music on.
Do you think I should go and talk to him? Do you think I'm brave enough? Do you think I'm brave enough to go and talk
And
to
I'll
him?
see you in a minute. Thank
Shall
you
I
very
do I
much.
dare? I'm scared. All these people will watch me. I'm only famous in my own room. I'm
By the
not,
way, I've got some CDs for
I'm
sale.
not famous here, am I?
Can I just see my
Go and see him, yeah?
director of franchise, wherever he is, hobbling about on his one knee?
He's
He's
famous.
here
I'm
somewhere,
just
I'm
a
sure.
armchair detective.
And yeah, just down there. Help yourself.
Like, watch this. I'm not going to do it yet because he's still on the podium. If he gets off that frigging podium, I'll be brave. This is my local park, by the way. Look. Fantastic. I'm getting a tan.
I used to do a bit of vlogging. My friend Matt used to do a bit of vlogging. I've seen streamers. I'm going to continue to do some streaming, live streaming in the future. But I do feel, like even myself doing it, right? I feel that there's some sense of self-importance where everyone else is just doing normal stuff. You've got your camera out. Like, I'm all right doing it at home, but I feel a little bit like, hi, I'm talking to my people on the internet. I know you're just normal people in the pub just drinking normal beers, but I've got the internet and I'm on the internet talking to these people that love me. Like, you know, it makes you seem like a bit of a cock to me. Like, honestly, just the concept of having your thing up, talking to it in the public. Like, for Alan, it makes it look like he's got friends and he's got someone to talk to. Like, but also all these people out here, he's drawing attention to himself, isn't it? That's what it is. It looks like attention-seeking behaviour. Like, I understand I have to do it when I'm going to be live streaming, but and like the vlogging that me and Matt used to do, like, it was more about documenting stuff. But also, like, me doing it, I felt like I was being an attention. I didn't like necessarily holding the camera out and talking into it in pub, like, you know, necessarily all the time. Some people do it quite well surreptitiously. Ariana does a really good job of doing it surreptitiously sometimes. You know, not making it like out like she's some self-absorbed, like me person. Like, although she sometimes says she's a superstar. But Alan here, do you know what I mean? He's out there in the park and he's like up there with his phone, and the guy's just finished saying, I'm going to go over. I'm the big one, I'm going to go over. I'm not famous, they don't know me, but I am kind of famous. I've got my phone, and all these normal people are just having a drink, and I've got no friends.
He doesn't know I'm famous. Only 3 people in Bristol know that I'm famous. Right, I'm going to get him. Right, I'm going.
He thinks he's some, like, dapper fantastica, but he looks like some, like, park yard bench drunk. Like, serious now. Am I making sense? I think he's like a legend in his own lens case. No, not lens case, that's a contact lens thing. A legend in his own, I don't want to say lifetime because it's obviously a cliche. A legend in his own lunchbox. A legend in his own, like, he thinks he looks dapper and cool, and like but he looks like a gormo. That's what I'm perceiving here anyway, yeah.
He's famous. I'm just a armchair detective.
Yeah, I just don't know.
And he's like got his phone out with his thing like a prop, like to give himself some sort of sense of status and importance.
I'll be brave. This is my local park, by the way. Fantastic.
Doxing the local park.
He doesn't know I'm famous. Only 3 people in Bristol know that I'm famous. Right, I'm going to get him. Right, I'm going. Stick with me, stick with me. I'm scared, man.
And obviously you think he's joking about the famous bit, don't you? You know, it's just a joke, isn't it? So. Don't get the copyright music on the stream, please, Alan.
Hello, sir.
Wait, I know we're not taking the piss out of people look, right, but...
Oh, yes. I have a YouTube channel.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I've got 40,000 subscribers in
Lovely.
America. I mainly talk about crime.
Oh, yes.
Hello, I'm the armchair detective.
Since we've been doing the pornography... Pecs.
Hello, sir. Can I have a word with you? Tim Pittman.
Hello, sir. Can I have a word with you? Tim Pittman.
Hello, I'm the armchair detective.
I'm the armchair detective. Not hi, I'm Alan. Not hi, I'm Alan. Like, this guy's never met him before, yeah? Like, he's been doing his opera singing in the park. So you go up and you say, like, obviously this guy thinks he's about to sell a CD. You go up and you say, hi, lovely to meet you. I really enjoyed that performance. That was something special. It's made this summer evening a joy, and I wouldn't have thought that I would have spent so many wistful hours listening to someone sing such wonderful songs. I'm just really, really grateful and pleased that you've done this tonight. Where are you from? What's your name? And by the way, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you. You know, that's probably the way I'd go about this. Alan's, hi, I'm the armchair detective. And the guy automatically thinks, who's this nutter? You just saw him with his hair going and his dirty glasses and he's been rolling around on the grass, drinking beers, right? This guy thinks, who's this nutter? Yeah? Who's this nutter? He's got the smile. Oh yeah, like, might be smelling a CD, but behind his eyes you can see, who's this nutter? Because he introduced himself as, I'm the armchair detective. And no one introduces themselves as, I'm the armchair detective. Like, that's like, it's the weird, like, Alan knows what it means because it's Alan's thing, but this man doesn't know what the armchair, like, is he supposed to know who the armchair detective is? You wanted to see the cat earlier. I don't want to get on the tellis in case they say mean things about Shakimis, but what would you do if someone came up to you in your normal life and said, hi, I'm the armchair detective? If you hadn't heard of Alan or not, do you know what I mean? It wouldn't, where's Andy? She popped off earlier. I think she had to go to dinner or something. I'm the Armchair Detective. It's his introduction to him and this man. So the man thinks he's gone out.
Oh, yes. I have a YouTube channel.
Oh, yes. I have a YouTube channel, says Alan.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, yes, yeah. Bearing in mind, we're filming the man. It might be slowly dawning on him now as Alan is holding this phone and he can see the image in the phone of himself on the phone and the internet and the chat. It might be dawning on him that he's being filmed. So he might currently think I'm being filmed, which is rude.
I've got 40,000 subscribers in...
I've got 40,000 subscribers
America.
in America.
Do you talk about crime?
Mainly talk about crime. Look at Alan here. He looks like he's just rolled out of bed. Like, what's going on here? There's like a funny... What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. There's a status power play going on. Alan is being perceived by his own audience. He's a narcissist. And he's come over to the man. And it's important for Alan that Alan... Like, this is the man who's been singing, who has done this great talent thing. And we're going to go over and meet him and maybe buy a CD. Alan needs to impress upon him that his status is equal, if not greater than this man's. For some fucking weird reason.
Oh, yes.
I was so impressed with your singing, I thought I was going to put him on.
I'm so impressed with your singing, I thought, I've got to put him on. Huh? Put him on what?
You're on live on the YouTube now.
You are live on YouTube now.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? All right, sorry about the hair. It's a bit windy up
Is that
there.
okay with you?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
No, you're small.
I have to get permission, you see, because you might go, I don't want to.
No, that's fine.
But
Yeah,
I'm going to get you work, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to get you work, he says. Like, the guy was very gracious about it. Oh, hello, everyone. You know, I'm performing in public, so I suppose I just sort of have to put up with this shit. But probably was thinking this is a bit of a liberty. Alan's giving him the point. I'm going to get you work. I think he's doing all right for work himself, Alan. He's there doing his song in the park. You know, he's booked today to do the song in the park. So, you, on the other hand, Alan, have been rolling around on the floor drinking beers. You're going to get him work. What, in your talent agency? How did you... I wonder how this panned out. I wonder if Alan was the catalyst to accelerate this guy's career.
Do it.
Have you got a card or something?
Have you got a card or something for the work I'm going to get you? This is so Alan Partridge. It's so Ricky Gervais. And the guy's thinking, are you going to buy a CD?
Yeah, have you got a card, Ian?
Yeah, Ian, have you got a card?
No. Well,
No, that's fine.
but
Yeah,
I'm going to get you work, right?
Yeah, do it.
Have you got
yeah.
a card or something?
Yeah, have you got a card, Ian?
I'm going to get you some work.
No. I do.
Well, I will get your name on this video. I get like
I'm sure we got one here somewhere.
each one of my videos
Yeah.
gets 50,000 views.
That's fine.
Did you hear that?
I get like
I'm sure we got one here somewhere.
each one of my videos
Yeah.
gets 50,000 views.
That's fantastic.
Each one of my videos gets 50,000 views as he slobbers it out of his
Each one
top
my
lip.
videos
Yeah.
gets 50,000 views.
Each one of my videos gets 50,000 views. This video cleared 4,000. 4,000 views. Each one of my videos gets 50,000 views. This one got 4,000 views. 4,000. Did he really? Like, I imagine at some point, let me just check, videos, that was a live stream, videos most popular. I'm sure he got hundreds of thousands on some of this Chris Watts stuff, yeah. He's got a few 100,000 videos there. Scroll down into the hundreds of thousands still. This is pretty good. 60s, 50s it drops, of course. And the Madeleine McCann stuff here and stuff. But he was, you know, doing all right in the 30s and stuff. Like, that was doing all right. Like, he's let that slip, obviously, hasn't he? But it's like my ASMR channel. I've got a few videos with like really big numbers. Below that, you'll have the slightly smaller numbers, and then you'll settle into a groove somewhere, you know, 30s, something like that. The lives, the most popular, again, hundreds of thousands, but only 200,000, 100, 90, 80, 80, 60, 60. So maybe he was more focused on the video content, really. The live streams don't do as well, which is weird because for me, it's the other way around. And for most YouTubers, it's the other way around. Well, not everyone, but like YouTube push live streaming. What was I looking at as well? He said they get over 100. This was oldest. So If I go to the oldest ones, we're looking like around the sort of time he was doing this particular video. It was 4 years ago. So 4 years ago, he got a 300,000 with the McCanns, but he got 25k, a 900, 100, 24k, 100, 200, 200, 26k, 74. So but this is over time. It might have built up. There's a 3,000. I think it's a bit rich to be saying my videos get 50,000 views. Some of them do, but not all of them do. And certainly not this one of you in the park with this bloke. This one got 4,000, so it's not quite the promotion you thought it was going to be. Alan's a strange duck.
It's fantastic.
I might get you into America.
Yeah, let's
Vegas.
Do it. Yeah,
Vegas! I might get you into America. Vegas!
Vegas.
You've got that Tom Jones feel, haven't you?
Yeah.
In the second half, we're going to have a bit of a party, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
This is actually my 4th gig in a row, so I'm a bit knackered at the
your
moment.
voice is...
Yeah, just a little bit. But,
Right, I'm going to give you a fiver. Have you got some change?
Right, I'm going to give you a fiver. Like, Vegas was on offer there for a minute. Somehow, Alan, he didn't flesh it out, but he just floated. I'm going to get you work. I can get you into America. Vegas. It's just a status play. It's just bollocks. I'm going to give you a fiver as well. The guy's hoping to sell a CD. You've come over Billy Big Bollocks. I'm big on the internet. I've got 50,000 subscribers. They're going to get 50,000 views on this. I'll get you into America. Vegas, mate. Right, and also I'll give you £5.
Mate with a bucket, I want to give my friend a fiver.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I think I should.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What do you think, people?
Waving a 20. Waving a 20. Like, it's rude. Can you change this 20 into small notes, please, so that I can give him £5? I'll have the 15. Can I have that back? You feel like if you're this big Billy Bollocks and you've got all this, like, you know, coming over with this swagger, you just be like, I'll give you the 20. You don't have to give me change.
What do you think? They're all talking to you. They're all talking to you,
They're all talking to you.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely singing. Thank you very much.
He's knackered.
I am knackered. I am
chat.
absolutely knackered. I've been working at...
Before Tim gets started, the chat are like, we loved your singing. Yes, give him £5. He's definitely worth a tip. And then in a minute they tell him where they're from in the world, but for the sake of what we're watching, you know, I'm going to bin off their chat and have him in nice and big.
I've been doing 2 gigs a day in some, you know, earlier on in the week, so... But I look rough anyway. It's the mileage, not the age, all right? So you
should get a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
I got on my YouTube and they give me money. I've only got £3.
Oh,
you could sing live.
Yeah.
And they'd pay you.
Yeah.
They give me money. I got my YouTube channel and they give me money. He's trying to be impressed. This is a weird one for Alan, right? He's actually on his YouTube channel now. But what's happening is, big up Snow Bunny. Do you remember this actually happening? What's happening here is that in the real world, Alan wants to create a status play. So he's using his YouTube channel. I've got all these subscribers. They give me money, you know, but it's the sort of thing that you're boasting to this man about so that you can make this man think, oh, how great it is for Alan. He gets given money on the internet and they give him money. But for the people that are watching, you wouldn't want them to hear that. Not in that way, obviously, because it makes it, like, I wouldn't, like, me personally, I wouldn't say to somebody, oh, how's it going on the internet? Oh yeah, it's great, all these people giving me money. Like, that's not how I would, like, start that. Like, I don't see it in that way. Like, you know, I talk about the growth of the channel and, like, I think the first thing, if anyone asked how's it going, I'd say they made me that video, like, recently. They're like, you wouldn't believe it, they clipped all of these bits and they said all this stuff about this, you know, how it helped them through their troubles and, like, growing this community. And like, inevitably people actually ask me, like, my dad's one of these like, yeah, but is he making you any money? Like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a, like, are you working for money or is it just a waste of time? And I'm like, no, yeah, like, you know, I'm getting some money off it. Like, like that comes into it. But Alan's here using it as a lever. YouTube people give me money as status, and if he'd said it without us hearing it, that would be one thing. But to say it in front of the audience, what it means is this man in this real world scenario, his like, look, Alan's like bumming up to him like we're all great buddies and I'm Super Alan. That's more important to him really than the people on the internet and what their feelings are, and like, because he's very condescending to his audience. He sees them as idiots, pay pigs. He's revealed that in front of them to their face. It's just so like so condescending, isn't it? Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, lovely job.
Hi Tim, let's see.
And it reveals as well, it reveals that thing about how he views his, I mean, he did, to his credit, he did start off by saying I got all these numbers rather than they give me all this money, but it reveals something core about how he views the YouTube. It's how a narcissist views people, transactional. Yeah, look, I have this YouTube channel and they give me money. Like, is that what it's about for you then, Alan?
Want to say hello to Tim?
Yeah, there we go. Look.
Sorry.
Hello, sir.
No, look at this, folks. I'm giving him that. I need this, so I've got to buy some drinks.
Yeah. You won't have any problems parking
He's taking the change. Give the man the £5, but I'll have the 15
in Western.
Have you got any country and western?
Yeah,
because I need to buy some drinks. Big spender, Alan. Get you in Vegas. Also, can I have my £10 back?
Because they love country and western folks, don't you? Hello from Boston.
He's an opera singer in the park with his own set and agenda. Alan's already said you're a bit like Tom Jones. Can you do country and western? I don't think Alan really understands what's going on.
Yeah, hello from Texas.
Texas,
Kathy, innit? Well done, Kathy. Well done, my darling.
This is brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just
Yes,
shows you,
Michigan. Yeah,
Told you I'm telling the truth. I'm famous in America.
absolutely
You don't
brilliant.
know I'm famous. Right?
Yeah.
But they do.
Yeah, well, this is good. Well done, my darling.
This is brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just
Yes,
shows you,
Michigan. Yeah,
Told you I'm telling the truth. I'm famous in America.
absolutely
You don't
brilliant.
know I'm famous. Right?
Yeah.
But they do.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it's
I'm famous in America. You don't know I'm famous, but they do.
well done, my darling.
This is brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just
Yes,
shows you,
Michigan. Yeah,
Told you I'm telling the truth. I'm famous in America.
absolutely
You don't
brilliant.
know I'm famous.
I told you I'm telling you the truth. I'm famous in America.
Brilliant. Yes,
shows you,
Michigan. Yeah,
Told you I'm telling the truth. I'm famous.
I told you I'm telling you the truth. Like, he's manipulating this man. He's blagging him that he's famous in America.
my darling.
He's never going to meet this man again after this. He's not going to get him any work or call him or anything. It's just that in this moment, that man occupies the high status position. He's been singing the song. Everyone's been enjoying it. He's physically taller than Alan. He's the main, like, Alan's been videoing him and the people in his chat have been saying, oh, he's such a wonderful singer. Alan needs to go over there and swing his bollocks around and be like, right, you, I'm big, I'm famous in America, I could get you work. So kowtow to me now, kowtow to Alan. Alan's Billy Big Bollocks on his own stream. And it's only for this fleeting moment within this, like, and for narcissists it is moment to moment sometimes, quite a lot of the time. But you can't, I don't know if you know people who are like this who, like you could say I've just completed my thesis in archaeology, and they'd say, oh well, what you need to know about archaeology, right, is, and you'd be like, I don't need to have you tell me what I need to know about archaeology, I've just completed my thesis, I don't know if you heard me. And they're like, well, I don't work in archaeology, but I've seen a few YouTube videos and what I can tell you about archaeology is, and you're like, I don't want to hear it. like Alan has to be bigger than this man in status for this moment. He had to go over there and impose his status upon him. I'm famous in America, I've got loads of subs, I've got all these numbers, I can get you work in America. Here's a £5. Hey, here's a £5. And this man, poor man, because he's literally hijacked into being on a live, he's either sucked into it slightly and thinks maybe this guy's got popularity in America, maybe I might sell a CD out of it, or he's just being nice and just playing along because he thinks this guy's a fucking nutter, which is more likely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just
Yes,
shows you,
Michigan. Yeah,
Told you I'm telling the truth. I'm famous in America.
absolutely
You don't
brilliant.
know I'm famous. Right?
Yeah.
But they do.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it's lovely. Yeah, lovely. Well, keep going. Just keep going with it.
He thinks he's a nutter. Well, yeah, this is it. Yeah. Well, keep going. Meaning, fuck off. Keep going off over there somewhere. Just go off. Keep going. Go on. Go away. Go off. What's this man's name? Tim something? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is 2 years ago, so don't worry about who the man is.
Michigan? Yeah, fantastic.
I'm famous in America.
Absolutely
You
brilliant.
don't know I'm famous. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
But they do.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it's lovely. Yeah, yeah, lovely. Well, keep going. Just keep going with it.
Have
It's
you
fantastic.
ever sung on stage? I mean, that's Porticelli and all that. Have you ever had a go at that?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, yeah. I sing in front of 4 or 5 people. I sing in front of 24,000 people.
No.
It depends on.
24.
Yeah, I mean, the larger crowds is normally the tenor work, you know.
It's like me, when I go to America, we have crime convention.
He's a professional opera singer. He sung in front of 25,000 people. Fair fucking fucks. Alan hears that and he says, well, that's like me. When I go to America.
Yeah, I mean, the larger crowds is normally the tenor work, you know.
It's like me, when I go to America, we have crime convention, 100,000 people,
Yeah.
and then I'm just talking to one person. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's what we're going to do, make our money, aren't we?
Yeah, well, this is it. This
Right,
is
Tim,
what it's
I
all
won't
about.
take up many of your
No,
time.
that's fine.
Do you want me to
When I go to America, we have crime conventions with 100,000 people. You know, it's what you got to do for the money, isn't it? Is Alan really, thanks Reform BBC, £2 super chat, big ups, thank you very much. Is Alan really, is there any possibility that Alan is going to, I don't know, maybe you'll tell me, Snow Bunny, you know, if you're in chat at the moment, I don't know for a fact, but my guess is that Alan didn't go to America to any 100,000 attendance conventions and speak at any great length. That's just my guess. I mean, look at him. Again, he looks like he's just rolled out of, well, he wasn't in bed, he was rolling around on the floor over there in the park. This man, like, if this man walked up to you with his phone going and told you he can make you big in Vegas, here's a $5, he'd just be like, keep the kids away.
show your family or not?
Yeah, yeah, that'd be fine.
Say
Yeah,
hello to
that's
America.
fine.
He looks like a nutter. Can I film your daughter? Yeah, that's appropriate. Please do. Why on earth would you want to?
That's her other half.
Look at all the money that you made a fortune.
Yeah, I look at that. It's got to be at least
Look at all your money.
30. I reckon it's got to be at least £3 there.
Tim, take your hand.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, all the best.
And all the best to you all. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
we need your
Thank
card, so I'm going to get you work.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll sort that
Oh, we need your card, don't we? Because I'm going to get you some work. Yeah.
out for you now. I'll give you all my details.
Alan's talent agency. Got Tim the opera singer. No bookings. Don't know anyone in Vegas.
I got a pen in the car.
I can't stop because I'm live.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem.
be over there, yeah?
Yeah, I know where you are. Yeah, no problem.
I've got a pen in the car. I can't stop because I'm live. I'll be over there. When you're done with your opera singing, come over to me. And, you know, because I'm quite important around these parts, come over to me. And then, you know, maybe I'll sort you out with some work in Vegas.
Oh, hey, what do you think, Bugs?
I think you're a dickhead.
Tim, our new friend.
And this is to try and sanitize the fact that you're actually a sex creeper. And you did that whole video today about being a sex creeper. We can come back to the park another time, yeah? Look, there's more of Tim. There's more of them having another chat. We'll come back to that another time because it's a little sanitizer at the end. And Alan sings some songs and fucks around in the park. But I'm not doing an hour of this now. I do want to do just a little bit of something different to finish, though. We did this the other day and I quite liked it. Quite liked it, actually. Quite liked it. This is relaxing photography to calm the angry photographer. So we're going to listen to the relaxing photography and it goes nice sounds. It has nice sounds and it's relaxing photography and it's just going to calm us all down at the end. Have you had a nice time in the stream today? Has that been any good? We have investigated Alan's... We got to the bottom of... Well, I say the bottom of... That's probably the wrong word to use, isn't it? Mother licks... Does that say cun? We got to the bottom of that. We found out about Alan's research and where it took him and what he achieved from it. What you really want to take away from this, if anything, is Alan's use... I mean, there's so much to take away from it that's so wrong, but Alan's use of these trees in the early part of the video, where he would talk about pornography and film the shaft of a tree as it ascends into the sky. That was one thing I just think was pretty incredible. Interesting editorial choice. You know, maybe he was trying to allude to something in that. good directors do, don't they? You know, some of their good directors, you know, some of their, you know, there's some thought gone into that. You know, sometimes the images can have two meanings, can't they? Something. We had an interesting stream there. I knew it was going to be weird. I didn't know it was going to go that weird and dark. I'm really glad I've done this work today. I consider it work, actually, in the Alan archives. I really appreciate all the tippies, I really do. I also appreciate that I've done quite a lot of Alan over the last few weeks. Certainly the last 3 days. I'm not saying I'm not going to do any more Alan. But I'd like to have these little waves, and I call it almost like seasons. You know, maybe I'll do some other different stuff. I might probably play Genshin Impact tomorrow at some point. Really need to, really enjoy it. Love it. I'm going to take a chill evening, and we'll be back with Dust next week, and then maybe I'll try and do some stuff on the main channel. I've got a pretty extreme video that people are going to either love or hate lined up, and I just think people are going to think it's, I don't know, I'm just going to do it and see what happens. Big up Snips. There was something else. So thanks BCTV for the $3.99. Thank you very much for the super chat there with the little Foxy having a bone. It's appropriate, isn't it? Foxy bone. Email please, yeah. Outlook.com. If anyone's got any different opinions from what I said, I'm sure they'll have written them in the chat or in the comments as well. So that'll be interesting. There was something else I was going to say about stuff. Oh, that was it, yeah. So, obviously you're watching Battery Exhausted.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish. And
Misha
swoosh.
sent tippies. You're hilarious, Scott. Really enjoy videos. Keep up the good work. Shamrock hash, Shamrock hash.
Thanks.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Obviously you're watching Battery Exhausted, aren't you? Like, you know, this channel is Battery Exhausted. So the Alan stuff, like this episode, yesterday we had a video, The Tragic World of Angry Alan and Vinnicombe, and a live, The Comedy Stylings of Angry Alan Vinnicombe. So there's 2 episodes there. That's a 5-hour one. So, you know, if you can't get enough Alan and you haven't seen these yet, there's enough Alan. So check back to see if you haven't missed any of that Alan. And then also I've got another video. I don't know if I should drop it now really or not. I might leave it till tomorrow, actually, leave it for Sunday. But I've got another video dropping on this that was a cut from our Twitch stream that was about one more of these nutters. And then like the truth of nutters might get, like, I might look at something else other than truth and nutters next week. Yeah, so if you want to watch more stuff, there's this. Also, consider, I'll put it in the chat, Super Chuffer for you. Not enough people subscribe to this, and I don't upload, this is not an advert for it to say that I don't upload loads, but Super Chuffer for you is clips, not clips like 3-minute clips, but little stuff, and it's usually stuff that happened on Twitch, and not everyone watches the Twitch. So there's going to be a new video dropping on there. In fact, why don't I just switch account? Super Chuffer for you. Let's be Super Chuffer for me, and let's go to the YouTube Studios and let's see if it's ready to drop content. It's Super Chuffer reacts to Miniature Donuts Sleep on Wax, and let's make it public, publish, might as well. And options, copy the link. So now there's a new Super Chuffer for you video. There's another reason to go over there. It's Miniature Donuts, relaxing, sleepy, chill. You might want to watch it at night time. I've also, you know, I've got the Super Chuffer for you channel. I've got the main Super Chuffer channel. I imagine you all know about Super Chuffer, the main channel. But I've got this one as well. Why isn't it going to my channel? Come on. Fucking weird.
Can't say a word. Nothing.
There's some funny videos on here. There's some chill videos on here. There's some different videos on here. There's also Super Clipper. You'll be able to see it there on there. Check out the other channels that I do, you know. It all makes up a content offering. There's difference and there's nuance to the different things. When he was in his 20s, he lived in Huntington Beach, never went to crime conventions here in America. He lived in wow, that's interesting. I really am interested, Snow Bunny, in the wonder years between when Alan grew up and when he appeared on YouTube. You know, I'm really interested in those early years. I didn't know he lived in America. Is that just because he said he did, or is that like factual? We'll have to talk sometime. Thank you very much for the $9.99. Really appreciate it. You've got a question, says Jessica S. Is it seen mental to live as two people at the same time? I don't think so. I don't know if I understand the question. Maybe the question has too much nuance for me to understand it. Maybe I'm too tired. I hadn't been to sleep yet. It's a fact that he lived on the beach. Wow. I mean, that's quite a thing, isn't it, to go out there when you're 20? On his own as well, that'd be weird. And I don't imagine that AD went to university. Don't you know he's a famous DJ, yeah? Jimmy Savile was a famous DJ. Now's not the time for AD fact-finding for me now anyway. My head is completely devoid of any worry about that man at this time. I've done my bit for the weekend. I've produced a variety of Armchair Detective style content. I'm really glad that we covered this one, because this was a proper one, you know. It's not just having the piss, having a laugh. There's some proper shit going on in that one today. You stargazing in chat? Hello, stargazing. Did you see that I said sorry? I obviously can't, you know, now is not a format for us to communicate. I have a DM. Is that, I don't know which format it will be on, which platform it will be on, but I will go and look at it immediately if you want. I don't know if you caught me saying sorry to you repeatedly today in this episode. Like this episode is sponsored by I'm Sorry. This isn't taking the piss. Like, I thought it was clumsy what I said. On reflection, I think what I said was clumsy, and I'm sorry I said it. I didn't mean anything by it, but I could understand how you didn't like it. So in conclusion, I am sorry. Okay, I'll take a look. It's been a good episode today. So you've got more on Battery Exhausted if you want that. You've got videos dropping on Super Chuffer for you, and there'll be a video dropping here tomorrow about that Truther Community nut woman, I have a problem. That'll be dropping here tomorrow. There's a new one on Super Chuffer for you. I'd like it if that video could get... I'd like it if Super Chuffer for you could get 1,000 subscribers and monetarization, thank you. I'd like it if you'd watch those videos a bit more to get me monetarized over there. What I'm saying is there's different kinds of content on the different kinds of channels that I offer. So if you want more this evening, go get it. I'm off to talk to Stargazing on Discord and apologise for being a chuffer. If you like this particular video, it's on my Battery Exhausted channel, this one. It's nice now, isn't it? It's nice, we've eased our brains.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish and then swoosh.
The blind leading the blind sent tippies. Good work. Chicken Perv feeling the pressure now. He's hiding with Phil S and Hugh E behind Mental Health Shield. Tosser.
That really sums it up.
Super
Thanks.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks to Blinding the Blind. That really sums it up. What the hen? Don't go. I know you need sleep. Yeah. No, you've got loads of other content to watch if you want to see more of me. I'm sure you haven't caught up on all the Alan stuff I've done, and nor has he. Yeah, you've all been good. You've all been good. It's been interesting today. What time am I on tomorrow? Thanks, Fiona. I'm planning on just whenever the fuck I feel like it playing Genshin Impact at some point. So, yeah, just I might see some family. I might do something else. You know, I'm not. It's just if I want to play Genshin Impact on Twitch, I'll just play Genshin Impact on Twitch. I do want to. I want to make sure that people who like that get at least once a week of Genshin Impact. But it's also just, you know, it's chill time on the game time. So whenever I feel like it. Sorry, not going to be committing to any particular time. But thank you all for being here today. It's been a really interesting, good one, and there'll be more. Go and watch all the other stuff, you chuffers. Make sure you've checked out the other channels. I can't stress that enough. You be good, and if you can't be good, well, you're particularly naughty, in fact, aren't you? You've been watching that naughty stuff, haven't you? So it sent you all saucy.